It was the summer of 1998 when I found myself standing in front of an old cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. I was 27 and tired of city life after years of working long hours in a small Minneapolis office. My uncle, who'd recently passed away, left me a property he'd owned for decades. A small cabin tucked into Ironwood Ridge, surrounded by dense pine trees and rocky hills. It was a place he visited every year since he was a kid, and for some reason he decided I should have it. I never knew my uncle well. We hadn't spoken much, but when I got the letter about the cabin, I felt like it was an opportunity. Something about the idea of being off the grid, away from the noise and the endless buzz of cars and phones, sounded like a breath of fresh air. I wanted to experience the quiet, the real kind of quiet that city people never get. So I packed my old truck with camping gear, a few boxes of food, a lantern, and enough firewood for a week. I told myself I'd stay out there for as long as I could, just me and the woods. The drive north was long and lonely. Highway 61 had given way to narrower country roads, twisting through thick forests and past small lakes where the water looked dark and still. I passed a few small towns, places with dusty streets and gas stations where the owners barely looked up when I stopped to fill my tank. The air smelled different here, cleaner, with the sharp scent of pine and wet earth. When I finally turned onto the gravel road that led to the cabin, the sun was dipping low behind the trees, casting long shadows that made the woods seem to close in around me. The last mile felt slower than the rest, as if the forest itself was watching me. My truck bounced over rocks and potholes until I reached a small clearing where the cabin stood. The cabin was small, rough, and weathered by years of storms and snow. The wooden boards had faded to a dull gray, and the roof sagged in places. But it looked sturdy enough. A stone chimney jutted out on one side, and a small porch with a creaky wooden swing hung from thick ropes. I stepped out and took a deep breath. The air was cold, even in July, and smelled of pine needles and damp moss. There was no sound except for the wind in the trees and the faint call of a distant loon. Inside, the cabin was sparse but functional. A wood stove sat in the corner of the main room. A small kitchen area had a rusty sink and a few cabinets, and a worn-out cot stood against the far wall. Dust covered everything, and cobwebs hung in the corners. I opened a window to let in some fresh air and unpacked my supplies. That first night was peaceful. I built a fire in the stove, made some canned soup, and listened to the wind outside as it rattled the old windows. The quiet felt good. It was the kind of silence that makes you aware of every little sound. The creak of the wood, the scurry of mice in the walls, the distant hoot of an owl. The next morning, I woke early, pulled on my boots, and set out to explore the land. My uncle's property covered about 50 acres, mostly forest, with a small creek running along the edge. The trees were tall and thick, mostly pines and birches, and the ground was soft underfoot, covered in needles and fallen leaves. I found an old trail leading downhill toward the creek, overgrown but still visible. I followed it, stepping carefully over rocks and roots. As I walked, I felt a strange sense of being watched. It wasn't a sudden fear, more like a quiet awareness. The woods were alive in a way I wasn't used to. Birds flitting through the branches, squirrels darting across the forest floor, but also something else, something quieter. I stopped and looked around, but saw nothing out of place. By the creek, I found a small flat rock that looked like a perfect spot to sit and rest. The water was clear and cold, and I cupped my hands to drink. The sound of the running water was soothing. I stayed there for a while, just listening. When I got back to the cabin, the sun was high. I started a fire outside to grill some sausages I brought along and arranged some logs for the evening. I checked the stove and stacked some more firewood inside. I wanted to be ready if the nights got cold. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. I chopped wood, gathered water from the creek, and spent hours reading old books I brought from the city. The quiet was a strange comfort. At night, I'd lie on the cot and listen to the forest sounds. Branches tapping, animals moving, the occasional distant howl of a coyote. But then, something changed. It started with small things. One night, when I woke to check the fire, I saw a faint light flickering through the trees near the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was a firefly or maybe the reflection of the moon, but it was too steady. A small, moving light like a lantern or a flashlight. I stood still, watching it, heart beating faster. The light moved slowly, staying just at the tree line, then disappeared. I told myself it was probably hunters or campers passing by, but I hadn't seen any cars or people for miles. The next day, I noticed footprints around the cabin. Heavy boot prints in the soft earth near the back door. They were fresh and not mine. I didn't hear anyone come in or out, but whoever had left them hadn't stayed long. I checked all the windows and doors, but everything was locked tight. Nothing was missing. Still, it unsettled me. I started making sure to keep the fire going well into the night. I kept my old hunting rifle nearby, even though I didn't expect to use it. The forest was supposed to be quiet, friendly, but something felt off. On the third night, I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Heavy, slow steps circling the building. My heart hammered. I grabbed the rifle, climbed out quietly, and looked around with my flashlight. The beam caught nothing but trees and shadows. The footsteps stopped when I stepped outside, and I heard nothing else.
No voices, no rustling bushes.
I scanned the tree line, waiting, but after a few minutes, I went back inside. That night, sleep barely came. Every creak and snap made me jump. I kept the lantern on and the door locked tight. The following day, I decided to explore further, hoping that being away from the cabin might clear my head. I packed some water, food, and the rifle, then set off up the ridge. The trail was steep and rough, but the view at the top was worth it. Miles of dense forest stretching out, broken by a few shimmering lakes. I stood there, breathing hard, trying to push away the creeping feeling of unease. On the way back, I spotted something strange on the ground near the trail. A torn piece of clothing, dark and muddy, caught on a branch. I picked it up carefully. It was a sleeve, thick fabric, possibly from a jacket. I didn't recognize it. I folded it and put it in my pack. When I returned to the cabin, the sun was setting. I started a fire and sat close to it, the shadows dancing on the walls. I felt exposed, like the forest wasn't as empty as I wanted to believe. That night, the footsteps returned, closer this time, circling the cabin repeatedly. I stayed awake, watching the windows, rifle in hand. Suddenly, the glass on the front window cracked sharply. I jumped back, heart racing. The crack grew as something hit it again. I raised the rifle, ready to shoot. Then silence. I stayed frozen, listening. After a long minute, nothing more happened. I checked outside with the flashlight. The ground was disturbed, prints all around the cabin, but no one was there. I spent the rest of the night with the rifle by my side, too scared to sleep. The next morning, I found more signs that someone had been there. Scratches on the porch wood, a broken lantern on the ground, and a small pile of stones stacked near the back door, like a warning. I didn't know what to do. I was miles from any help, no cell service, and I had no idea who or what was out there. The thought of calling the police crossed my mind, but I wasn't sure if it was worth it. Maybe it was just some kids messing around. But the fear in me said otherwise. I spent that day packing my things. I decided I wasn't going to stay another night. The cabin that had seemed so peaceful and inviting now felt like a trap. As I loaded the truck, I noticed something new. A fresh footprint leading away from the cabin into the woods. It was large and heavy, like a man's boot. It stopped just at the tree line. I stared at it, feeling cold despite the sun. I got into the truck, started the engine, and took a last look at the cabin. The woods were silent again, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The drive back was fast. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, where I called my sister and told her I was coming home. I never went back to Ironwood Ridge. Later, I heard from a local ranger that people had reported strange sightings around that area. Hunters disappearing, campers finding their camps disturbed, but no real answers. Sometimes I think about that cabin and the nights I spent there, about the footsteps and the broken window, about the sense that someone or something was waiting just outside the trees, watching me. I never found out who it was or why they came, but I know one thing for sure. Some places in the woods are better left alone. I started the ranger job up in northern Idaho in the fall of 2012. I was 28 at the time, still figuring things out. I'd worked trail maintenance in Montana for a couple years, but this new post was more serious. It was real ranger work, fire lookout duties, backcountry patrol, wildlife monitoring, and solo weeks in the forest. My station was in Clearwater County, about 60 miles from the closest real town, and that was Orofino. The park spanned miles of wilderness, thick pine and fir forests, deep river valleys, and long abandoned mining roads that twisted off into nowhere. There were no tourist centers or manicured campsites here. It was wild land, rugged and mostly forgotten except for elk, bears, and the odd hunter. My assigned outpost was a ranger cabin near the edge of Parker Ridge, about 10 miles from the nearest forest access road. The cabin wasn't much. A single-room wooden structure with a tin roof, a wood stove, a cot, a desk, and a hand pump for water that tapped a deep well. No electricity, no cell service, no radio except a shortwave rig that barely worked unless the weather was bone dry. There was a satellite phone in a locked box only for emergencies. I hauled in supplies every other week: cans, dried food, firewood, fuel. The rest of the time, I lived out there alone, logging weather conditions, keeping tabs on trail usage, and watching for fire or poachers. Mostly it was quiet, but that October something changed. I'd gone up for a 14-day rotation. Fall had hit hard and fast. Most of the leaves were already gone, and snow was settling in the higher elevations. On the fourth day, I noticed something odd while hiking the southeast trail near Burnt Hollow. Someone had built a rock cairn in the middle of the trail. About waist-high, smooth stones stacked perfectly, with bits of moss tucked between the layers. It didn't look like something hikers would bother with, too meticulous. I pushed it over and didn't think much of it. A weird detail. Could have been a bored camper. The next morning, I hiked the same trail again to check for animal tracks. The cairn was back. Same stones, same moss. This time I noticed boot prints. Not mine. The tread was different, flat-soled, heavy. Not a hiker's boot, not military either. More like old work boots, the kind with shallow, worn lugs. They came from the direction of the ravine just east of the trail, but faded into the leaf litter before I could follow them far. I didn't report it. It wasn't illegal to walk the trails, just strange. Still, I logged it in my notebook: date, time, location. Day 6. I was chopping kindling behind the cabin when I saw something across the creek, maybe 40 yards out. A man, standing still among the trees, wearing a dark coat and something light on his head. He didn't move. I stared for maybe 10 seconds. Then I blinked, and he was gone. No footsteps, no movement through the brush. Just gone. I waited an hour, then hiked out to that spot. Found nothing but old deer prints. No fresh boot tracks, no sign of a camp. I stayed out there until dusk, circling the area. I had a bear gun with me, a short barrel .357. I kept my hand on it the whole time. When I got back to the cabin that night, I locked the door. I'd never bothered before. Day 7. Snow. Not much, but enough to coat the trails and show tracks. I checked the area across the creek again after lunch. About 100 yards upstream, I found a set of prints. Same flat-soled boots. They came down from the ridgeline, cut across the creek, and disappeared toward the northeast slope. I followed them for half a mile until they hit a rocky outcrop and vanished. No sign of anyone camping. No fire pits, no tarp, no food wrappers. Whoever it was, they were moving through without a trace. That night, I dreamt I was back in the cabin chopping wood. But every time I turned around, the pile was smaller. Then I looked at the axe in my hands, and it wasn't mine. It was rusted, the handle wrapped in old cloth. When I woke up, I checked the shed. My axe was still there, right where I left it. But I found something else. On the cabin's back wall, someone had scratched a small mark into the wood, a vertical slash with 2 horizontal lines, like a tally mark. I ran my hand over it. Fresh.
No moss, no weathering.
Whoever made it had done it recently. I didn't sleep much that night. I sat up with my back to the wall, stove burning low, bare gun in my lap. Every sound outside, the creak of trees, the groan of snow settling on the roof, made my nerves tighten. I thought about calling it in, but the sat phone was only for emergencies. And what was I going to say? Someone might be lurking out here. That wasn't much to go on. Day 9. I hiked to the nearest trail marker, a small wooden post about 2 miles west. I check them once a week to make sure they're visible. This one had been pulled from the ground and wedged upside down into a tree crotch, 7 feet up. Again, not something animals do. The wood was splintered like someone had jammed it in with force. I took it down, replaced it, and made another note. I'd barely made it back to the cabin when I saw smoke. Not from my chimney, from the tree line east of the creek. Thin and gray, rising slowly. I grabbed my binoculars. Couldn't see flames, but the smoke was definitely coming from the ravine. I waited an hour, faded. Just after dark, I heard something outside, a sharp, metallic clink, like metal on wood. I killed the lantern and listened. Another clink, then a dragging sound, soft but steady. I waited a minute, then cracked the door open with the gun raised. Nothing. The moon was bright enough to see a few feet out. My eyes adjusted. The clearing was empty, but when I stepped outside, I noticed the ground.
Footprints.
Coming right up to the cabin door, then circling around to the back. I moved slow, heart pounding, checking the corners. When I got to the back wall, I froze. More tally marks. 3 more scratched into the wood, right beside the first one. And something was stuck in the wall. An old rusty nail hammered in sideways, bent at the end. That was enough. I went inside, locked up, and pulled the sat phone. I called dispatch and said there might be an unknown person in the area acting suspiciously. They said they'd send a deputy in the morning. Roads were bad, so he'd come by ATV. I thanked them, hung up, and spent the night by the stove again. I didn't sleep. Day 10. The snow melted a bit under the sun, but the wind picked up. Around noon, I heard the ATV coming from the west trail. I stepped out, relieved, but it wasn't the deputy. It was a man on an old 3-wheeler, bundled in thick clothing and a canvas mask. He didn't stop, just passed by the trailhead and rode up the ridge.
No bike, no radio, no wave.
I watched him until he disappeared over the hill. I waited until dark, but no one else came. I tried the sat phone again, but it wouldn't connect. Clear sky, no signal. I decided to hike out the next morning. Something wasn't right. I didn't care about protocol. I packed the essentials: gun, food, map, radio, and marked the cabin's location on a spare notepad, just in case. I left the rest behind. I didn't make it far. 2 miles out, near the ravine, I found something that stopped me cold. A small camp, Just a tarp, a fire ring, and a makeshift rack of bones. Not animal bones. Small ones, delicate, bird maybe or rabbit. But the way they were arranged, tied with cord, strung from tree branches like wind chimes, it wasn't normal. Nearby, I found a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. Inside were 3 things: a deer skull painted black, a child's shoe, and a photo. The photo was sun-bleached, but I could still make out the image. A man standing in front of a cabin. My cabin. But this photo had to be decades old. The trees were younger. The cabin looked new. And the man, he was wearing the same dark coat I'd seen by the creek. I left everything where I found it and hiked straight back. When I reached the cabin, the door was open. Just a crack, but it was moving in the wind. I hadn't left it open. Inside, nothing was missing, but someone had been there. The stove was cold, though I'd left it burning low. My cot had been moved, pushed against the wall, and scratched into the inside of the door were more tally marks. 12 of them now, deep and deliberate. I closed and barred the door, waited until morning, and hiked out again. This time in a different direction, due west, straight through the bush until I hit the forest road. Took all day. I flagged down a utility crew near the ranger station and rode back to town with them. I never went back to that cabin. I filed a full report. The department sent 2 rangers to investigate. They found the campsite, the bones, the photo. They never found the man. The old ranger logs for that station went back 50 years. I read through them. In 1983, a ranger named Wallace Baker went missing on patrol. His last assignment, same cabin, same trail sector. His body was never found. They decommissioned the outpost after that, boarded it up. I left the service the following spring, moved south, took a job teaching wilderness survival to kids in Boise. Easier work, safer. At night, I still see that coat among the trees. Hear the wind move through the bones. There are places in this country no one belongs. Places forgotten for a reason. That cabin up on Parker Ridge, it's one of them. I was 38 the year I decided to build the small cabin. It wasn't because I wanted to live off-grid or chase some kind of dream. I just needed a place to stay, somewhere quiet, away from people and phones and the noise of everything. I'd been working construction jobs for over 15 years, always on someone else's timeline, always in someone else's space. After the divorce, I found myself in a 2-room apartment above a discount tire shop in the outskirts of Scranton. It was loud and hot in the summers, cold and miserable in the winters. I'd wake up to the smell of rubber and diesel most mornings. Something in me snapped one day and I just packed up. I had a small plot of land that my uncle left me when he passed away, about 2 acres of thick, pine-heavy forest near Potter County, Pennsylvania. He used to hunt deer out there. There was no driveway, no mailbox, not even a clear trail going in. I'd never really bothered with it, but now it seemed like the only place I could go that wasn't already spoken for. It was mid-October when I drove my old Ford Ranger up the half-flooded dirt road that ran near the edge of the property. I had a 10 by 12 shed kit in the truck bed, a sleeping bag, a few battery-powered tools, canned food, a little propane heater, and enough lumber to get a basic frame up. I didn't expect much. I just wanted a roof over my head and 4 walls I could trust. The rain started just before I got to the clearing I had picked out. It was steady, light at first, just brushing the windshield, then heavier as I backed the truck into the patch of flattened ground and killed the engine. It had been overcast all day, but the clouds had finally let go. That kind of early cold rain that slides into your bones before you even feel wet. I got out, stretched my back, and listened. Nothing but trees shifting in the wind and rain ticking off the leaves.
No birds, no bugs.
I was alone out there. I worked fast at first, thinking I could beat the worst of the storm. I'd built a few cabins before for work, so I wasn't too worried. It was just me this time, though. No crew. No one to hand me nails or level the beams. Just me, the tools, and the trees. By nightfall, I had the floor beams in place and most of the frame for the front and side walls done. I put up a tarp over 2x2x4s and backed the truck under it so I'd have a dryish place to sleep. I was soaked, but the heater kept me from freezing. I pulled my sleeping bag into the truck bed and laid back, rain hammering down on the tarp above like drums, and stared up at the sagging plastic ceiling until I drifted off. The second day was worse. The rain didn't stop. It just kept falling, steady and hard, soaking the ground, turning the soft dirt into a thick soup. Every step I took made a sucking noise, and the whole build site started to feel like it was trying to eat me alive. My boots were always wet. My hands stung from the cold and the friction of wet wood. I hammered and sawed and cursed, trying to get the roof rafters in place. It wasn't going to be pretty. I didn't care. I just wanted shelter. Around dusk, I saw something out of place. Not movement, just something off. About 50 feet past the clearing, in the tree line, there was a broken branch that hadn't been there before. It was snapped clean, hanging like a snapped arm, fresh and green inside. I walked over to it and saw boot prints nearby, half filled with water, but definitely human. The spacing was wide, someone tall. I didn't like that. I walked the perimeter with a flashlight and my framing hammer in hand. No sign of anyone. No smell of smoke, no trash, no noise. Still, it made me uneasy. I told myself it was probably a hunter, someone passing through who hadn't seen my truck. The woods weren't exactly private, no fence, no posted signs. But still, something about those prints didn't sit right. That night, I locked myself in the cab of the truck and kept the heater low. I didn't sleep much. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear something, branches cracking, rain shifting, what sounded like breathing once. But when I turned on the flashlight and looked out into the darkness, there was nothing. Just trees, just rain, just the wind. On the third day, I got the roof panels up. That was a win. The water still leaked through the seams, but I stapled a plastic tarp to the inside and nailed it down tight. Now I had a place to put my sleeping bag and tools that wasn't the truck. It wasn't warm. It wasn't dry, but it was mine. I noticed more things that day. More broken branches. More scuffed prints near the edge of the clearing. Once, I found a cigarette but near a pile of wet leaves. I don't smoke. No wrappers, no other trash. Just the one but waterlogged and half-crushed. That night, I set up a line of old soda cans with pebbles in them, strung between trees at about knee height, all around the edge of the site. Makeshift alarms. If someone walked through, they'd knock them down and I'd hear it. I lay in the cabin on a sheet of plastic and my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling, listening. At around 3 in the morning, I heard the cans rattle. Not loudly, just once. A soft ting and then silence. I held my breath. Nothing followed.
No footsteps. No breathing.
No more noise. I waited until sunrise before I went outside. The line had been knocked down on the east side of the clearing. One can was crushed flat. I walked around with my hammer again, checking the trees. Still no one. The next few days blurred together. I kept working, trying to finish the walls and insulate with whatever I could get from the truck. It rained every day, steady and cold. I was always wet. My hands cracked. My boots never dried. I ate from cans. I burned scrap wood in a barrel outside just to stay warm. The trees felt like they were closing in. Every morning I found new signs. Fresh scuffs in the mud. A stick placed upright in the ground. A strip of fabric tied to a branch. Once, I swear I saw a shape move between the trees, tall, gray, just out of focus. Gone the second I turned. I didn't want to admit I was scared, but I was angry too. Angry that someone was out here messing with me, watching me, not talking, not helping, just watching. On the 6th night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the dark with the heater off, holding my flashlight and hammer, just listening. At around midnight, I heard breathing outside the cabin wall. Not loud, not animal-like, just slow, heavy human breathing. Close. I didn't move. I didn't even look toward the noise. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I never heard footsteps leaving. I waited until dawn and walked outside.
No prints.
No signs. But the weirdest thing was what I found tied to my truck mirror. A small bundle of twigs, wrapped with fishing line. Inside was a clump of fur. Not animal fur. Looked like human hair. Black and coarse. I'd had enough. I spent that whole day packing. I threw everything into the truck bed, tied it all down with rope, and didn't care how much I left behind. I just wanted out. The cabin was half finished, leaning a little to one side. The roof sagged. The door wasn't on yet, but I was done. I climbed into the truck, fired it up, and backed out of the clearing, mud spitting from the tires. But as I turned onto the dirt road, I saw him, a man maybe 50 feet away, standing just inside the tree line. He was tall, maybe 6 feet 5 inches, lean, wearing a torn gray jacket and jeans soaked from the rain.
No pack. No gear.
Just him standing still, staring at me. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I didn't even look at him again. I drove until I hit pavement, then another hour until I reached a diner on Route 6. I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes before I could breathe normally. Then I went inside, ordered coffee, and used the payphone to call a friend down in Harrisburg. I never went back to that land. I sold it 2 months later to some guy who wanted hunting property. I never told him what happened. I didn't build another cabin after that. Now I rent a small house near State College. It's noisy sometimes. The neighbors argue. The highway's too close. But the walls are solid, and I don't hear breathing outside my bedroom. That's good enough for me. I never expected anything to happen on that trip. I just wanted peace for a while. It was the summer of 2016, and I had been working long shifts on construction sites for months without any real break. My back ached constantly. My knees were wrecked from the concrete floors, and my sleep came in scattered patches. I was 34 then, living in a rented flat just outside Manchester. No kids, no real family nearby. My girlfriend had left the year before. It wasn't ugly or dramatic, just one of those endings where everything goes quiet until someone finally says what both people already know. I've been renting a room from a mate after that, saving money, eating garbage dinners, just pushing through each day. One night I found myself online, scrolling through old forums I used to browse when I was younger. I don't even remember how I got there, but I ended up on a site listing remote holiday cottages and cabins all over the UK. I wasn't really looking for anything. I wasn't even planning a holiday, but I clicked around for a bit until one caught my eye. It was a small, old hunting cabin near the Galloway Forest in Scotland. 1-bedroom place with stove, solar generator for a bit of power, surrounded by trees and an old overgrown path that hadn't seen much use in years. The ad said it had been empty for a long time but was safe, clean, and functional. The photos weren't high-res, but they showed a stone-built structure, simple interior, and a forest so thick it looked like the world ended beyond the trees.
No Wi-Fi. No TV.
No people for miles. That's what did it for me. I booked it for a week, paid in advance. No cancellation refund, which should have made me think twice. But it didn't. I just wanted out. I left early on a Saturday morning in June. It was still dark when I got in the car, loaded up with cans of beans, pasta, rice, tea bags, a crate of bottled water, a few books, my old camping torch, and a knife I'd kept from my army training days. I had this weird sense of excitement, like I was disappearing from the world for a bit, just vanishing into the trees. The drive was long and uneventful. Motorways gave way to smaller roads, then to gravel paths. I followed the instructions from the owner, a man named Keith who had sent everything over email. His messages were short and a bit odd.
No greeting.
No full stops. Just things like, key under slate near left front corner. Path down into trees is steep, drive slow. No phone signal. The last bit turned out to be true. I lost reception somewhere near the edge of Dumfries and never got it back. By the time I reached the track leading to the cabin, it was nearly 6 in the evening. The light was starting to go soft. Clouds had moved in, and a light drizzle had started to fall. The road into the woods was rougher than I expected. My car, a 10-year-old Vauxhall Astra, groaned over every rut and dip. I had to slow to a crawl. Ferns slapped at the side mirrors. Branches scraped the roof. I went down that track for what felt like half an hour before the cabin finally appeared through the trees. It looked exactly like the photos. Small, gray stone walls, sloped tin roof with streaks of rust, a short stack of chopped wood near the door, and a rusted shovel leaning against the wall. No signs of life, no signs of anyone at all. I parked in the clearing and stepped out. The forest was quiet, thick with pine, the kind of quiet that feels like it's pressing in around you. I walked around the place, found the slate, lifted it, and got the key. The lock turned easily, and the door opened with a dry creak. Inside, it smelled faintly of dust and old wood. The cabin was simple. One room with a small bed pushed against the wall, a cast iron stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow counter with a basin and water jug. There was a cupboard with some basic pots, a broom leaning in the corner, and an oil lamp on the windowsill. A door led to a cramped toilet with a composting seat.
No shower. No sink.
Just a jug of water and a towel rail, but it felt solid. Felt like it would hold up to a storm, and I liked that. I spent the rest of the evening settling in, unpacked the food, stacked a bit of wood, lit the stove, made a simple dinner, and read by torchlight. It rained most of the night. Not heavy, just that constant pattering that made everything feel more isolated. I slept like a brick. The first couple of days were uneventful, peaceful even. I took slow walks through the trees, stuck close to the marked trail near the cabin. I brought a book with me each time and would stop and read when I found a dry log. No one else ever passed by. Not a hiker, not a dog walker. Nothing. On the 3rd night, something changed. It was nearly midnight, and I just put out the lamp and crawled into bed. The rain had stopped for the first time since I'd arrived, and the silence was deeper than before. I remember lying there in the dark, hearing the ticking of the stove as it cooled. Then I heard something else, a sound like someone moving through leaves. It was soft at first. I thought it might be an animal, a deer maybe, but it grew louder, closer, the crackling of twigs, a slow rustling. I sat up. The window beside the bed was covered by an old curtain, but it didn't sit flush. I could see out through a gap if I leaned close enough. I stayed still for a long time, listening, holding my breath. The sound stopped. Then, I heard something I can't explain away. 3 clear, slow footsteps on the gravel outside the front door. I didn't move. My heart was pounding. I waited, staring at the door, expecting to hear a knock or a voice, but nothing happened. I finally picked up the torch, got out of bed, and stepped to the window. I angled the beam carefully through the gap, and I saw her, a woman, maybe in her 60s, thin, with long gray hair hanging wet around her face, wearing a dark coat that reached below her knees. She was standing about 15 feet from the door, slightly turned away from me, as if looking off into the trees. Her hands hung at her sides. She didn't move, I turned off the torch and stepped back, heart thudding. I didn't know what to do. There was no signal. No one knew I was out here except the owner, and I hadn't spoken to him directly. I didn't have a gun, just the army knife in my bag. And she hadn't done anything. She hadn't knocked or called out. I stood there for almost 10 minutes watching the curtain. I couldn't see her anymore. Eventually, I moved to the door and checked the bolt. It was solid. I pushed a chair under the handle anyway. I stayed awake until dawn, holding the knife and listening to the silence. In the morning, there was no trace of her.
No footprints.
Nothing. The gravel looked undisturbed. I tried to tell myself I imagined it, that maybe I'd fallen asleep and dreamed it, but I hadn't. I took a walk to clear my head but stayed close. The woods didn't feel peaceful anymore. Every broken branch, every bird call felt off somehow. The trees looked darker. The air felt colder, even in the sunlight. That night, I barely slept. I kept the lamp on. I thought about leaving, but the idea of driving that track in the dark made my stomach turn. I told myself I'd leave first thing in the morning, pack up and go home, but I didn't get the chance. At some point in the night, I must have dozed off. I woke suddenly. The lamp was still on. The stove had gone cold, and the door was open. The bolt was still slid across, but the door, heavy as it was open a few inches, scraping against the chair leg. I stepped out of bed and reached it slowly. My hands were shaking. I closed it, rebolted it, and put the chair back. Then I turned and saw something that made my blood run cold. On the small table beside the stove, where I'd left my cup, there was a single long gray hair. I didn't wait until morning. I grabbed my bag, my torch, my keys, and I left. I didn't even stop to check the rest of the place. I got in the car and drove down that track faster than I should have, bouncing over roots and rocks. I didn't stop until I saw proper road again. I slept in the car that night on the side of the motorway. When I got back to Manchester, I tried to find the listing. It was gone. The site had removed it. I searched for the owner's name, Keith, but found nothing. The email address bounced back as invalid. I tried to tell a couple of people what happened, but it sounded thin even to my own ears. A woman in the woods? An open door? A hair? But I know what I saw. I know I didn't imagine it. I still think about that place, about how silent the trees were, about the way she stood, slightly turned, as if listening to something deep in the forest. And I think about the door, how it was still bolted, still secure, but somehow still open. I don't care what anyone says. That wasn't a mistake. That wasn't the wind. That was someone who knew that place better than I did. Someone who knew how to get in without a sound. Someone who had done it before. Someone who will probably do it again. But not to me. Never again. It was September of 2013. I had just turned 32 and decided to take a break from the city after a rough year. I'd recently gotten divorced, and the stress from the split had started bleeding into my job. My boss gave me a week off, mostly because I was showing up late and leaving early. I had nowhere to really go. My family was distant, and I didn't want to spend the week in my apartment surrounded by my ex-wife's old books and the frying pan she never let me use. A friend of mine, Mark, had mentioned a cabin his uncle used to own out on the plains near a small town in Nebraska. The place hadn't been used much since the old man passed away 2 years ago, but Mark said the land and house were still in decent shape. He'd been there a few months earlier to check on it and said it was quiet and still, with big skies and not a soul around for miles. That's what I wanted.
No nachbors, no unas, no wifi, no raminders.
The drive took about 8 hours. I remember feeling better just watching the skyline open up, fields of yellow corn stretching forever on both sides of the road. By the time I reached the gravel turnoff that led to the cabin, The sun was dipping low. A long dirt path lined with barbed wire fences cut through the land. Grass leaned into the road from the edges, brown and dry, like it hadn't rained in weeks. The cabin wasn't what I expected. It looked more like a small farmhouse. 2 floors, wooden porch, green shutters with chipped paint. There was a barn off to the left, a windmill behind it that creaked slowly in the breeze. A row of trees ran along the back edge of the property. Beyond that, nothing but land and sky. There was no lock on the door. I stepped inside and was hit with that thick, musty air that you only find in places no one's lived in for a while. It wasn't dirty, just old. A layer of dust coated the floorboards and the kitchen counter. The furniture was still there. A couch, a few chairs, an old dining table. A rifle hung on a rack above the fireplace, and a set of antlers sat on the mantel. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, one with a single bed and the other with a cot folded against the wall. I dropped my bag and supplies in the main room and sat for a while just listening to the quiet. That first night was uneventful. I made a simple dinner from the canned goods I brought and had a beer while sitting on the porch. The wind had a dry, whistling sound to it. No cars.
No barking dogs.
Just that wind and the creaking from the windmill. I slept well, probably for the first time in months. The next day, I walked the property. The grass out back was overgrown. The barn door was stuck at first, but I managed to pull it open. Inside were old tools, stacks of hay, rusted equipment, and a pitchfork leaning in the corner. A few rats scurried when I stepped in. I found an old ATV under a tarp, but the tires were flat and the gas smelled sour. I spent most of the day fixing up the porch, tightening nails, brushing away cobwebs, even scrubbing the windows. It felt good to move, to sweat, to do something that didn't involve screens or meetings. I grilled some meat over the old fire pit that night and sat outside until the stars came out. Felt like I could see every one of them. That night, though, something woke me. I don't know what time it was, probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. It wasn't loud, just a light noise. Click, maybe, a rustle. I sat up in bed and listened. It sounded like something brushing against the outside wall of the cabin. Not fast or violent, just movement. Then it stopped. I waited a while longer but didn't hear anything else. I went back to sleep. The next morning, I checked outside. The dirt along the edge of the cabin didn't show any prints. Nothing seemed disturbed, probably an animal. There were raccoons and coyotes in the area, Mark had said. Still, something about it sat with me. I decided to keep myself busy. I hauled some of the old hay out of the barn and burned it. Cleaned out the bottom floor of the cabin. I found a locked box under one of the floorboards, but it was just full of old papers. Deeds, faded receipts, a few photos of a woman holding a baby in front of the barn. The dates were from the 80s. That night, the noise came back. This time, it was definitely movement, slow, like someone walking across the porch. Not pacing, but stepping once every few seconds. I held my breath and waited.
No knocking.
No voice, just steps. I grabbed the rifle from above the fireplace. I checked it earlier that day. There were still a few rounds in the drawer by the kitchen. I didn't open the door, but I stood at the window, peering out from the side. Nothing. After a few minutes, the steps stopped. I stood there for maybe another 30 before I finally sat down. I slept on the couch that night with the rifle propped against the wall. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside. Not boots, bare feet. Adult-sized. The prints came from the field, crossed the porch, then circled the cabin once before heading toward the barn. I didn't see any other tracks.
No tire marks.
No horse or ATV. Just those feet. I should have left right then. Should have packed my things and driven straight back to Omaha. But I didn't. I told myself it was just some drifter, or maybe a local kid messing around. But deep down, I didn't buy that. There were no broken windows. Nothing was taken. No spray paint or signs of vandalism. Just those silent, slow steps. I spent that day inside, rifle close by. Every so often, I'd look out toward the tree line. Nothing moved. I didn't eat much. The windmill kept turning, that dry squeak echoing across the property. That night, the steps came back. This time, they didn't stop at the porch. I heard the wood creak near the front door, then the window beside it, then the side of the cabin, like whoever it was pressing their hand along the wall, testing it. Then silence. I waited with the rifle in my lap for hours. I didn't sleep at all. At first light, I went out again. The prints were back, same bare feet, but this time they were all over the porch. And there was something else, small scratches on the wood. Not claw marks, more like fingernails, pattern, almost like they were dragging their fingers along the siding, making loops. I walked to the barn with the rifle. Nothing inside, still smelled of dust and hay. I checked behind the tools under the workbench. Nothing. That afternoon, I set up a trap. I used an old tin pot tied to some fishing line I found in the kitchen drawer and ran it across the porch steps. If anyone stepped on it, it would rattle loud enough to wake me. I put one by the back door too. That night, I sat on the couch again. Lights off, rifle in hand. Heart pounding so hard I thought I could hear it in my ears. Just after 2, the pot on the back porch clanged. I jumped up and went to the window. Nothing there, but the prints were back in the morning. More of them, dozens, like someone had paced around for hours. The weirdest part? No trail, no beginning or end. Just footprints in the dirt all around the house, overlapping like a dance. But no prints coming from or going back to the trees. That was my last night there. I packed at sunrise, grabbed my bag, the rifle, the cans I hadn't opened. I didn't even bother to clean up. I didn't even lock the door behind me. On the drive out, I didn't see another car. No animals, not even birds, just that open land and sky. I made it back to the city by evening and crashed at a motel. I didn't tell anyone, not Mark, not my boss. I just said the cabin had a mold problem and wasn't safe to stay in. But I still think about it. The bare feet, the fingernail scratches, the silence. I don't know who or what was out there. A hermit, maybe. Someone not right in the head, living off the land, watching the cabin from the trees. Maybe someone who used to live there. Maybe someone who never left. All I know is they never tried to break in. Never made a sound. Just walked and watched, and I left before they changed their mind. It was October 2019 when I took a break from everything. I had just turned 41 that summer. I'd been living in Liverpool for the last 6 years, working nights as a logistics supervisor at a shipping warehouse. The job paid well, but it wore me down. That year had been one long stretch of stress. I barely slept. I barely spoke to anyone. 1 week before I left, I got into an argument with my manager over a forklift accident that I wasn't even involved in, and I realized how frayed my nerves had become. That's when I decided to get away from people altogether for a while. A friend of mine, Greg, had moved up to Scotland the year before to work at a conservation site in Dumfries and Galloway. When he heard I was looking for peace, he offered me access to a small wooden cabin his cousin owned, tucked in the forest, not far from the edge of a disused quarry. I liked the sound of it immediately. Quiet, remote, cold, no reception, just me and the woods. The cabin wasn't anything fancy. It was just a long rectangle, made of weathered timber with a sloped roof, a front porch with 2 broken chairs, and a small shed off to the side. Inside was one large room, bed in the corner with stove, tiny table, and a rusted sink that pulled water from a tank outside. There was no toilet, just an outhouse about 20 meters behind the shed. No electricity, no gas. Greg had dropped off a box of supplies the week before. Candles, long-life food, bottled water, a portable solar charger, and a map. I drove up on a Tuesday morning, parked the car about half a mile down the forestry road, and carried my things the rest of the way in one trip. By mid-afternoon, I had a fire going inside, a meal heating on the stove, and a plan to stay a full 10 days, maybe more if I felt good. For the first 3 days, I did very little. I walked in the mornings and chopped some wood in the afternoons. I read from a paperback I found inside the cabin, a 1980s thriller with bent pages and faded ink. I kept a notebook too, scribbling little thoughts, nothing important. Mostly, I just sat. My body started to loosen up. My mind slowed down. The silence didn't scare me. If anything, it felt overdue. But on the fourth night, things started to shift. It rained heavy that evening, thick drops pounding on the tin roof. I was dozing off in bed, wrapped in 2 blankets, the fire just embers now, when I heard something loud echo from outside. Not thunder, this was sharper. I sat up and waited. A few seconds later, there it was again. A hollow, metallic bang. It came from the direction of the shed. I pulled on my boots, grabbed the flashlight, and stepped out into the rain. The torchlight cut through the dark in a thin, shaking beam. I moved past the porch, through the muddy patch where I'd been splitting logs earlier that day, and stopped near the shed. I expected the wind had knocked something over. The shed was padlocked, but its side walls were made of old tin sheets, loose in spots. I figured one had flapped and hit the frame. I scanned around. Nothing moved except the trees, swaying heavy with the wind. I turned back toward the cabin, but I hesitated. That's when I saw it. There were boot prints in the mud. Not mine. They led from the tree line, thick forest, mostly pine, and stopped right behind the shed, where the ground turned to grass and rock. They were deep, fresh, pointed directly toward the back of the building. I crouched down, checked the size. Bigger than my own foot, wider too. The rain started to fall heavier, blurring the flashlight's beam. I backed up and walked quickly to the cabin, locked the door behind me, and stayed up until the fire died out completely. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I went to check again. The prints were mostly washed away, just a vague indentation left in the mud. I told myself it could have been anything. An old track, maybe a delivery boot from the cousin's last visit. But something didn't sit right. I kept looking toward the woods. There were no broken branches, no snapped leaves, no paths made by deer or badgers. But that single pair of boot prints had appeared, walked behind the shed, and then disappeared. That day, I didn't go walking. I just stayed inside and kept the fire going. The clouds lingered, but the rain held off. I opened the cabin's small window to get some air, but didn't feel any calmer. I kept thinking of the prints. That night, I didn't hear anything. No bangs, no movement, no wind, just the crackling of firewood and the occasional creak of the roof settling. I let myself fall asleep after midnight. Then came the 5th night. Around 2 a.m., I woke up cold. The fire had gone out. I reached for the flashlight but stopped. Something felt off. I listened closely. Outside, in the silence, I heard a very soft crunch. Then another. Footsteps. I held my breath. They came slowly, maybe 5 seconds between each one. The ground was wet still, and whoever was walking was deliberate about where they stepped. It sounded like they were moving across the grass just in front of the porch. Then came a new sound, the creak of the front step. One step, then another. Whoever it was, they were now standing right outside the front door. I stayed in bed, completely still. My body felt like it was locking up. I couldn't reach for anything without making noise. So I waited. My ears strained against the quiet. The next sound I heard made my blood freeze. It was the soft, clicking sound of someone slowly trying the doorknob. Not forcing it, just checking, Click, 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 then silence. I sat there, not moving, not breathing. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I couldn't hear anything else, no retreating steps, no shift on the porch. Whoever had been there wasn't trying to get in. They were just testing. Eventually, the sky began to lighten. The cabin slowly shifted from black to gray to dull blue. When I was sure the sun was coming up, I stood and unlocked the door. There were muddy footprints on the porch. Not old ones. Fresh, wet, and deep. They led from the trees to the cabin and then disappeared again into the grass. Same size as before. Same direction. No others nearby. This time, I didn't try to explain it away. I packed up some gear, grabbed the knife from the shed, and made a fire that afternoon with extra wood. I didn't leave the cabin at all that day. I kept the flashlight near and the axe closer. Night came quick. The clouds returned. I locked the door, latched the window shut, and didn't even bother to lie down. I sat in the corner with a blanket and kept the fire roaring. It was just past midnight when the noise came again. Not from the porch this time, from the back of the cabin. A soft scraping, then a bang. I moved to the window and tilted the glass just enough to look outside. I saw him, a tall figure, no coat, just heavy boots, dark trousers, a long-sleeve shirt. He was pacing around the back corner of the shed. He moved slowly, like he wasn't in a rush, like he'd done this before. He stepped up to the back wall of the shed and leaned in, running something along the side. A metal rod? A crowbar? Couldn't tell. Then he stopped, turned toward the cabin. Even though I was hidden, I felt like he was looking right at me. He stepped forward once, then again. That's when I did something I still don't understand fully. I threw open the door and shouted. He didn't run. He didn't yell back. He just stood there. Then he slowly turned and walked straight back into the woods. I didn't sleep again that night. At first light, I walked down to the old quarry edge, a place Greg had told me was used in the 70s before being shut down. There was no real cliff, just a big drop-off with pools of water at the bottom, overgrown with reeds and moss. I followed a trail nearby and found something strange. A tarp, laid flat and weighed down by stones. I lifted it. Underneath was a pile of food wrappers, cigarette butts, 2 empty water bottles, and a pair of torn gloves. Whoever had been watching the cabin had been camping nearby. I didn't know what he wanted. He wasn't trying to rob me. He could have smashed the door easily. He wasn't just hiking through either. He had a hiding place. He had patience. And he'd been there at least 2 nights, maybe more. I left the tarp as I found it and went straight back to the cabin. I packed everything. By noon, I was walking back to the car. I didn't run, but I didn't stop once. I never looked behind me. When I got to the road, I saw a large stone had been placed behind one of the tires. Not something that would stop the car, just something to slow me down. That was enough for me. I drove all the way back to Liverpool that same day. Didn't stop for fuel. Didn't stop for food. I called Greg when I got home, told him everything. He didn't know what to say. He'd gone out to the cabin 2 weeks later with his cousin and found the shed had been broken into. The lock was gone. Inside were cigarette butts, food scraps, and a pile of empty wrappers. Someone had been living there watching the cabin. They never found out who. I didn't go back. I haven't been in a forest since. I still don't know what that man wanted. Maybe he was just unstable. Maybe he was planning something worse. All I know is he watched me. He got close, and he waited for me to notice. If I hadn't left when I did, I don't think I'd be writing this now. I was 36 when it happened. It's been 5 years, and I haven't told many people. Not because I'm ashamed or anything, but because it's hard to explain it all without sounding like I've lost it. But everything I'm about to write is exactly how I remember it. I didn't hallucinate anything. I didn't drink. I didn't take anything. I was just a guy trying to get home through the backcountry and made a stupid decision. It was late September 2018. I had just finished a job in Spokane, Washington. I was working construction at the time, installing a new water main under an old road near the industrial side of town. The contract was up, and I had about 4 days before I had to be back in Bend, Oregon for the next one. I figured I'd take the scenic route down, get away from the highways and take the old logging roads through the mountains. I had a beat-up Toyota Tacoma, lifted a bit, mud tires, a winch. I'd taken it through worse. I had a tent, a cooler full of ice and food, my camp stove, a pistol in the glove box, and a bedroll in the back seat. I wasn't some city guy pretending to be outdoorsy. I'd grown up around the forests of southern Oregon, spent most of my 20s doing trail work and wildland firefighting. I knew how to read a map, fix a flat, and walk for miles if it came to it. The first day was fine. I made good time through the Palouse and into the forests west of Pullman. Slept at a little clearing by a stream. No one around. Crisp air, stars, the works. The second day, I headed into the Wenahatucanon Wilderness area, thinking I'd cut southwest from there through a stretch of country I didn't know that well. My GPS didn't have the best signal, but I had paper maps and compass. I thought I could handle it. Around midday, I took a road that didn't show up on my newer map but looked old and solid enough. Gravel, a little grown in on the sides, but still traveled. Probably some hunters or locals used it. It was headed in the right direction, and I figured it'd loop back toward one of the main forest roads eventually. After about an hour of driving, the road narrowed. Brush scraped the sides of the truck. I passed no signs, no cabins, no tire tracks. It started to rain. Not a downpour, but that steady cold mountain kind of rain that sinks into your bones. I kept going. That was mistake one. By late afternoon, the road was little more than a pair of ruts. The rain made the soil soft, and the truck slipped more than once on the turns. I finally came around a bend and saw the road had completely washed out about 30 feet ahead. A chunk of earth had slid down into the ravine, taking the road with it. No way around. I cursed, put the truck in reverse, but backing up the winding road in the rain didn't feel safe either. I didn't want to get stuck. I got out and looked around. The trees were thick, the road was slick, and it was going to be dark soon. I decided to look for a place to turn around further back. I drove for maybe a mile before I saw a gap in the trees on the right. It looked like an old driveway or a spur trail, barely visible from the main road. I turned in. The track went down a short slope, crossed a small creek that was running fast from the rain, and curved into a thicket of pine and alder. About 50 yards in, the trees opened up into a small clearing. That's where I saw the cabin. It sat about 20 feet from where I parked. Old, would grade by time and rain. Roof slumped on one side. No glass in the windows. Porch sagging with rot. Looked like it hadn't been touched in 50 years. Maybe more, but there was something about it. Something off. It wasn't just the way it looked. I've seen plenty of old cabins, hunting shacks, ranger stations, all of that. This one felt wrong, like it didn't want to be found, like it had been forgotten on purpose. The air was dead still around it. Even though the wind was moving through the trees behind me, in the clearing there was no movement. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of rain hitting the roof. I got out and stretched my legs, looked around. I wasn't planning on going inside. I thought maybe I'd turn around here and find a safer spot to camp up the road. But I walked closer to the cabin anyway. Something drew me. The door was gone, just an empty frame. Inside it was dark. The floor had mostly collapsed in places. I stepped onto the porch, careful not to put weight on the corners. Under the eaves, I could smell the old wood, the rot, and something else, like rust and damp cloth. There were broken shelves, pieces of a table, and an old cast iron stove in the corner. The chimney had half fallen through the roof. A pile of debris sat in one corner, branches, pine needles, maybe animal bedding. But no smell of animals.
No scat, no nests.
I heard a noise behind me and turned quick, heart jumping. Just a squirrel. Ran across the clearing and disappeared into the woods. I laughed at myself, turned to leave. That's when I saw the second structure. Smaller, maybe 30 feet behind the cabin. Almost invisible through the trees and brush. Looked like a shed or smokehouse. It had no roof anymore, just leaning slats and moss-covered beams. Something about it made me uneasy. I didn't go over to it. I got back in the truck, turned around with some effort, and started to drive out of the clearing. But the creek I had crossed, it had risen. The rain must have picked up upstream. The crossing, which had been shallow enough for my tires, now had water pushing up to my running boards. Fast, brown, full of debris. I tried it anyway. Got halfway across before the truck tilted to the right. Back tires lost grip. I gunned it. The engine roared, tires spun, but I wasn't moving. I was stuck. I got out in the rain, boots sinking into the mud under the water, winch cable in hand. There was a tree just ahead, solid enough to anchor to. I hooked up, went back, flipped the switch. Nothing. The winch whined, then clicked dead. The water was still rising. I tried to reverse. No movement. Forward. Nothing. I killed the engine. Sat for a while. It was almost dark. Rain still coming down. I had two choices. Stay in the truck overnight and wait for the water to recede, or go back up to that cabin and get out of the rain. I should have stayed in the truck. But the cab was cold, wet, and if the creek rose more, I'd be sleeping underwater. I grabbed my pack, flashlight, and the pistol from the glove box. I walked back through the clearing and stepped onto the porch. Inside, it was dark, but dry. I found a corner that looked solid, cleared off the worst of the debris, and unrolled my bedroll. The air stank, mildew, old dirt, something else I couldn't name, but it was dry. I sat there for a long time, flashlight in hand, just listening. The rain on the roof, the wind in the trees, nothing else. Eventually, I dozed off. I woke up to a thump. Not loud, just a dull sound from outside the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding, ears straining. Nothing, just the rain. I waited. Another thump. Closer. Maybe from that second structure I'd seen earlier. Then a dragging noise. Faint, like something pulling something heavy through wet leaves. I held the flashlight but didn't turn it on. Didn't want to be seen from outside. The sound stopped. I waited. An hour passed. Nothing. Sometime later, I must have fallen asleep again. When I woke up, it was light. Gray, wet morning light coming through the empty window frames. My back ached. I stood up, stretched, and stepped outside. The rain had stopped. The air smelled cleaner. The creek looked lower. I walked around the side of the cabin. That's when I saw them. Tracks. In the mud. Not animal. Human. Barefoot. Deep heel prints. White toes. Not fresh, but not old either. A full trail of them, leading from the shed to the cabin. Right up to the wall beside where I'd been sleeping. My stomach dropped. I followed them back toward the shed. The structure was worse up close. Half collapsed. Rotting beams. A rusted saw on a hook. Broken wooden crates. I stepped around the edge carefully. Inside was a hole. Not a pit. Not a well. A hole. Dug deep. Too clean. Walls packed tight. 6, maybe 7 feet across.
No ladder.
No sign of dirt piled nearby. Just a void in the ground. I stared at it. The air around it was cooler. There were more tracks around the hole. I backed away. I didn't check anything else. I went straight back to the truck. The creek had dropped just enough. I started the engine, rocked the truck back and forth, wheels spinning, engine straining, until I finally lurched free. I didn't stop until I hit pavement again, 3 hours later. I didn't look back. I've told myself all kinds of things since then. That it was an old trapper's homestead. That animals made those sounds. That the tracks were just some hunter messing around. But I know what I saw. The cabin wasn't on any map. The shed wasn't built for storage. And that hole, someone made that hole. Not decades ago. Recently. Whatever was out there, I didn't stick around to meet it. I never took the back roads again. And I never went back to that part of the forest. I was 37 when I finally took a break from everything. After working straight through my 20s and most of my 30s as a land surveyor in Montana, I burned out. I didn't realize it until I started sleeping through my alarm every morning, or when I forgot my mom's birthday even though I'd marked it twice on the calendar. I didn't want to call it a breakdown, but something had cracked. My doctor called it stress-induced fatigue, told me to take a few weeks off.
No screens. No noise.
Get fresh air, walk, eat well. I nodded through the appointment and left feeling like I'd been given permission to disappear. So that's exactly what I did. My dad had a small hunting cabin up near the edge of Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest. We hadn't been close in the last few years. He passed in 2017, but the cabin was still technically in my name. I hadn't visited it since the funeral. No electricity, no running water, just an old generator, a dry well, a wood-burning stove, and the sort of peace I hadn't known in years. The perfect place to clear my head. I threw a cooler, a .22 rifle, some canned food, 2 jugs of water, a hatchet, and some firewood into my truck and drove west for almost 6 hours. It was the second week of October, 2022. I remember the last paved road turned into gravel around mile marker 147. After that, it was nothing but winding dirt tracks, sharp turns, and tall pines closing in like dark green walls. The air got colder as I climbed higher. I could see snow still clinging to the shadowy sides of some peaks. The road was rutted and washed out in spots, and the only thing that got me through was 4-wheel drive and muscle memory from the years I'd spent here as a teenager. I reached the cabin just before dusk. It sat in a dip between 2 hills, not visible from the road. Just a rectangular box of rough timber with a slanted metal roof and a creaky porch. The window shutters were still on, the front door a little crooked on the hinges. I backed the truck up to the porch and started unloading. Everything looked almost untouched, like time hadn't really touched this place since my dad died. Even the rust on the hinges looked familiar. Inside was cold and smelled like dry rot and mouse droppings. I aired it out, opened the shutters, and swept away a few piles of acorns and chewed up insulation. Then I lit a fire in the stove and sat there in my dad's old recliner, watching the flames settle into place like I'd never left. The first 2 days were quiet. I'd walk the nearby trails with my rifle slung over my shoulder, listening to the birds, watching for elk. I found old prints in the mud, deer, maybe a wolf, something else I couldn't place. Nights were cold and dead silent, the kind of silence that settles on your chest and makes you feel like you're underwater. I'd wake up sometimes with that weird feeling, like something was watching me, but I blamed it on the creaks of old wood and the wind moving through the cracks. Then came the third night. It was just after midnight when I heard it. A sound I couldn't place. Not an animal cry, not the wind, something in between. A dragging, scraping noise against the outside of the cabin, slow and deliberate, like claws being drawn across the wood. I sat up in bed, heart thudding. I didn't move, just listened. The noise circled the cabin. First at the back, then the side wall, then the front. Not fast, not loud, just enough to let me know something was out there. I stayed like that for almost an hour. At some point, It stopped, and the silence came rushing back. I didn't sleep again. In the morning, I walked the perimeter. There were no tracks, no marks on the wood, nothing I could find. Just the same ground as always, a layer of frost melting in the sun, and the trees looking exactly the same. I told myself it was a dream, maybe a raccoon or porcupine. I didn't believe it, but it helped me get through the day. That afternoon, I hiked up the old deer trail that curved around the back hill. It hadn't been used in years, but I still knew it. Halfway up, I stopped cold. There was a carcass lying in the brush, a deer torn open at the belly, but not eaten, just split down the middle like someone had opened it with a blade and left it to rot. No scavenger signs, no coyote tracks, just dried blood, matted fur, and that gaping tear from neck to stomach. I turned around and went back to the cabin before dark. The next night was worse. It started around the same time, just after midnight. This time it was louder, thumping on the side of the cabin, then footsteps, but not the sharp crack of hooves or the soft pad of paws. These were different, heavy, slow, two at a time, something walking upright, something big. I sat up again, listening. My rifle was next to the bed. I picked it up and walked barefoot to the door. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely keep my grip. I didn't open it, just listened. The footsteps circled again, then stopped near the front porch. I could hear breathing, deep, irregular, almost wet sounding. Then it said my name, not shouted, just spoken, but the voice was wrong. It sounded like someone trying to copy a voice they'd only heard once. Too slow, guttural, like a person imitating another person in a dream. That was when I backed away from the door and locked it. I didn't sleep that night either. By morning, whatever it was had gone. Again, no tracks, just the same cold dirt, same trees, same nothing. I didn't leave the cabin that day. I just stayed inside, watching the woods through the windows. I lit a fire early and sat with my back to the wall, rifle across my lap. I barely blinked. I didn't eat. That night, I heard it again. But this time, it wasn't outside. It was on the roof. I heard it dragging something long, deliberate, scraping sounds that echoed through the ceiling. Then the weight of it shifting slowly from one side to the other. I didn't move, didn't breathe. It stayed up there for almost half an hour. Then, just before it climbed down, it let out a sound that turned my blood to ice. Not a howl, not a growl. It was laughter, but it wasn't human. It was like someone pretending to laugh. The rhythm of it was off, too long, too breathy, like an animal copying something it had heard once and liked the sound of. The next day, I packed my bag. I'd had enough. I was going to leave, but when I got to the truck, the tires were slashed. Not punctured, shredded, long, uneven gashes like someone had taken a blade to them with too much force. That was the first time I actually felt afraid in a way I couldn't rationalize. Not worried, not startled, pure fear. I went back inside and locked everything. I stayed up that night with the rifle pointed at the door. Around 2 in the morning, something scraped against the windows. I didn't look. I didn't want to know, but it didn't go away this time. Stayed until dawn. When the sun rose and the light finally poured through the trees, I opened the door. There were handprints on the glass, muddy, twisted handprints, but the fingers were too long, and the spacing was wrong, like someone with broken joints had pressed their hands to the glass. I made a fire that morning and burned all the leftover food. I didn't want anything outside to smell it. I didn't go outside to use the outhouse. I used a bucket. Then I saw it. Just before sunset, maybe 20 yards into the trees, I saw a shape standing still between the pines. Not walking, not moving, just standing. It was tall, maybe 6'5" or 6, but its body was wrong. Too lean, like it had skipped meals for a few months. Its shoulders were hunched, arms hanging too long, like it didn't understand how to hold itself upright, and its head looked like a man's. But the mouth was open wider than it should have been, and the skin around its jaw looked cracked, torn, like it had been put on but didn't fit. I didn't move. It didn't move. We stared at each other for maybe 30 seconds. Then it turned and disappeared into the trees without a sound. I blocked the door that night with furniture and slept in the corner, rifle in my arms. That was the last night it came close. The next morning, I hiked out on foot, 15 miles to the ranger station.
No sleep, no stops.
Just one long walk through the trees with my heart hammering like a motor. I didn't look back. I didn't rest. When I got there, I didn't tell them anything except that I'd had a close encounter with a bear and needed help with my tires. A week later, I sold the cabin. I didn't tell the buyer anything either. Just said it was remote, beautiful, quiet, perfect for hunting. I don't know what I saw up there. I've thought about it too much, and thinking about it doesn't help. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It was something in between. Something that wore skin like clothing and watched like it remembered being human. Whatever it was, I believe it's still out there, watching the trails, listening, waiting, but I won't go back. Not for anything. It was the fall of 2012 when I decided to return to the old hunting cabin in northern Minnesota. I was 38 then, divorced for about 2 years, and living alone just outside of St. Cloud. Life had slowed down a bit, and I was finding myself with too much free time on weekends. I worked a maintenance job at a public school, good benefits, stable hours, but quiet. Too quiet. That cabin had been in my family for years. My uncle built it in the late 70s on a patch of land thick with pines, maybe 4 miles from the Canadian border. We used to hunt deer and bear up there every fall. My dad and uncle used to take me there every year from the age of 10, and I kept going well into my 20s. After my uncle passed in '08 and my dad got too old to go, we just sort of let it sit. The roof was still good, and I had a key. The gravel path to it was overgrown, and I hadn't been back since 2009. I figured I'd make a solo trip in October and get a feel for the place again. It was supposed to be for nostalgia, just a quiet weekend in the woods. I left town on a Thursday morning early, before the sun came up. My truck was packed with the usual gear, camo, my Remington 30-06, enough canned food and jerky to last 3 days. I brought my old thermos, still dented from a fall in '06, and a worn flannel jacket that used to be my dad's. That drive north always brought a mix of nerves and calm. Past Duluth, the traffic thinned out until it was just semis and logging trucks. By the time I reached the back roads, it was almost noon. I pulled off onto the old gravel trail, which was barely visible under the tall grass and fallen leaves. The truck bounced over every rut in the path, and I had to get out twice to cut dead branches that had fallen across the trail. The deeper I got, the quieter it became. That kind of silence you only get when you're really out there. No cars, no power lines, no people. The cabin sat low on a clearing near a small, brackish creek. The walls were still sturdy, pine logs faded gray from years of wind and rain. The front door stuck a little when I unlocked it, but it opened with some force. Inside, the air was cold and stale. Dust covered the furniture, and there was that smell, old wood, mildew, and something else I couldn't quite place. Not rot, not mold, but a little like wet leather. I set my gear down and got to work. First thing was checking the propane tank out back. It was still intact, though I didn't plan to use it much. I had a Coleman stove and some firewood inside. The outhouse was still standing, a bit tilted, but usable. Inside the cabin, the shelves were mostly empty except for a few cans of beans and a box of matches in a glass jar. I swept out the dust, opened a window, and laid out my sleeping bag on the old bunk. By late afternoon, I had a fire going in the wood stove. I stepped out and stood on the small porch, sipping coffee and staring out at the line of trees. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting long shadows that moved slow with the wind. Felt peaceful.
Familiar.
I'd missed this. That first night, I barely slept. Not because of fear, at least not yet. It was the cold and the creaks. A mouse ran across the floor near midnight. I could hear the wind groaning in the trees like a distant train. I'd forgotten how loud the woods could be when you're truly alone. Every noise seemed closer, sharper. At one point, around 2 a.m., I heard something snap near the creek. A heavy crack. Could have been a deer, maybe a bear. I didn't check. By sunrise, I was groggy but alert. I dressed quietly, loaded the rifle, and made my way to the old deer stand about half a mile north of the cabin. The ladder was rotting, so I sat at the base, my back against a tree. I stayed there until mid-morning, seeing nothing. No movement.
No birds. No squirrels.
Just wind. That was the first thing that felt strange, how still everything was. Even back in the day, there'd always be something rustling. But that morning, it was like the forest was holding its breath. Around noon, I headed back to the cabin. I made lunch, just canned chili, and dozed off in the chair by the fire. When I woke, the light outside was fading, and something felt off. I could feel it in my chest. Pressure. The way you feel before a storm or just before someone enters a room behind you. I looked out the window but saw nothing. The trees stood still, not a single branch moving. I stepped out with the rifle slung over my shoulder. I didn't really have a reason, just wanted to shake the unease. I walked down past the creek, toward a spot we used to call the hollow. It was a dip in the land, maybe 15 feet lower than the rest of the forest floor, shaped like a bowl. As kids, we used to throw firecrackers down there. I hadn't been there in a decade. As I stepped into the hollow, the air got colder. No wind, just a drop in temperature. I scanned the ground. There were prints in the dirt, fresh ones, but not animal. Boots, deep tread, big size, maybe 12 or 13. I wear a 10.5. These were fresh, cleaner edges. Someone had been here recently, maybe even that day. The prints led toward the thicker trees, and I followed for maybe 50 yards before I lost the trail. I didn't panic then. I figured maybe a hunter had wandered too far from his stand. Still, I picked up the pace back to the cabin. I bolted the door behind me for the first time in years. That night, the wind picked up. The trees groaned louder. Around midnight, I was sitting by the fire when I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, outside. Not an animal, not the wind. I froze and held my breath. Then silence. Nothing. I didn't move until morning. At sunrise, I checked the area around the cabin. Muddy prints circled the building. Same tread as the ones in the hollow. They stopped just at the back window, where I had propped a log to keep it shut. Then they vanished toward the trees. I didn't hunt that day. I just stayed close, cleaning the rifle and checking the locks. I found myself listening to every little creak and groan in the wood. Every thump of pine cones dropping sounded like a footstep. That evening, just before dark, I hiked out toward the hollow again. I don't know why. Maybe to prove to myself it was nothing. The prints were gone, washed away by light rain. But something else caught my eye. An old trail camera, half buried in the dirt, facing the wrong way. I hadn't put that there. It wasn't ours. Someone else had been monitoring the area. I picked it up and saw it had a battery pack still attached. Dead, but it hadn't been there long. It wasn't faded or cracked. I brought it back to the cabin and left it on the table. That night was worse. At some point near 3 a.m., I woke to a noise, metal scraping. Not loud, not aggressive, just slow. I grabbed the rifle and crept toward the door. Through the front window, I could just barely make out a shape. Someone crouched by the firewood stack. I stayed still, My hand was shaking so hard the rifle barrel tapped the wall. After a minute, the shape stood, tall, thin. It moved with strange calm. I watched it walk back toward the woods, never looking toward the cabin. Just walked into the dark. I didn't sleep again that night. By dawn, I had made my decision. I was leaving. Whatever this was, whoever it was, I wanted no part in it. I packed quickly and stepped outside to load the truck. The firewood stack was scattered. Some pieces laid out in a straight line, pointing toward the trees. Like an arrow, I drove out fast. Didn't care about the ruts or the scratches on the sides of the truck. When I reached the main road, I pulled over and threw up in the ditch. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Back in town, I tried to forget it. I didn't tell anyone. What was I going to say? That I saw a guy wandering in the woods? That someone stacked my firewood funny? I kept it to myself. But 2 weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I drove back up during the day with a friend from work. I didn't tell him the full story, just that I wanted to check on the place. When we got there, the cabin was fine. Nothing broken, nothing stolen. But the trail to the hollow had fresh prints again. Same tread, only this time there were more of them, and deeper, like someone had been pacing. We didn't stay long. Since then, I haven't gone back. I ended up selling the land in 2015 to some guy from Wisconsin. Never met him, just signed the papers through a broker. To this day, I don't know what I saw. Just a man, maybe, a squatter, or someone hiding something in the woods. But sometimes I dream about that cabin. And in those dreams, I see that man again. Not doing anything, not saying anything, just crouched by the firewood, staring at the door. And in the dream, I never open it, and I never will. It was the fall of 2016 when I found the listing online. A remote property in northern Idaho, an old logger's cabin on a patch of land that used to be part of a family graveyard, was up for rent at a price that felt too good to be true. I was 38 at the time, burnt out from a corporate job in Portland, recently divorced, and desperate to be anywhere but where I was. The idea of solitude, of disappearing into the woods for a few months, felt like the only kind of therapy I could afford. The ad mentioned that the place wasn't far from Priest River, about an hour or so on a winding back road. The cabin sat on land that had once belonged to a pioneer family called the Holbrooks, and it was rumored they'd buried their kin on the same property. The listing didn't shy away from it. Actually, it mentioned the graves like a selling point. Rich in local history, it said. Gravestones still standing from the 1800s. It didn't scare me off. I figured it was just rural folklore wrapped in old stones and moss. I didn't believe in spirits or anything supernatural. I still don't, but I learned there are plenty of things worse than ghosts. I packed up my truck with the basics: tools, canned food, books, camping gear, and 2 rifles. One was for hunting, the other for protection. I had no real experience with either, but I figured up there I might need to learn. When I pulled off the paved highway and started following the narrow dirt road north, I had no cell signal, no GPS, just paper instructions I'd printed before leaving. It was early October, and the trees were dropping gold all over the road. The forest looked like it was in slow decay. I passed a few old mailboxes with faded names, and eventually nothing. Just woods so thick they swallowed the light. The road ended in a clearing. That was where the cabin sat. It was a squat, single-story place with cedar walls, a metal roof, and a stone chimney. A porch sagged along the front, and the windows were covered in grime. It looked forgotten but not ruined. In a weird way, it felt like it had been waiting. The graveyard was just 50 yards to the west, on a slight rise behind a patch of broken wooden fencing. I counted maybe 9 or 10 headstones, most of them so worn down the names were unreadable. A few were tilted or fallen. The biggest was a tall cross-shaped marker with J. Holbrook, 1826 to 1898, carved into it. I set up inside, got the wood stove going, and took stock of the place. There was no electricity, no plumbing, just an outhouse out back and a hand pump for water. The inside had a small table, one bed with a thin mattress, and shelves stacked with old jars and rusted tools. There was a strange smell inside, dry wood, dust, and something else, something sour. That first night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking I heard noises outside. Twigs snapping, branches brushing the walls, wind moving in ways it shouldn't have. But I told myself it was just the forest being alive. By the third day, I settled into a routine. I'd wake at dawn, collect water, start a fire, and cook simple meals. I walked the woods in the afternoon, sometimes with the rifle slung on my back. I saw deer, heard owls, watched the sun filter through moss-covered branches. I didn't feel scared, just small. But after about a week, things started feeling different. It began with the graves. One morning, I noticed that someone had cleared the leaves off them overnight. The stones were clean, almost polished. I hadn't done it. I was sure of that, and it hadn't rained or stormed. I assumed an animal had done it, maybe scratching at the ground. But there weren't any marks, just bare earth and tidy stones. A few nights later, I was woken up by the feeling that someone was watching me. I didn't hear anything, no footsteps or voices, but it felt like something was just outside the window. I waited until morning to go check. That's when I found the prints. They were boot prints right beneath the window, deep, fresh, clear as day in the mud. But what chilled me wasn't the fact that someone had been outside. It was the fact that the prints didn't come from anywhere. There were no tracks leading to the window or away from it, just two boot prints, like whoever stood there had been dropped into the mud and then lifted back out. After that, I stopped sleeping. I'd sit up at night with my rifle across my lap, staring into the dark, listening. I started making trips into town once a week, just to feel normal again. I'd buy fresh food, fill up on gas, and talk to the clerk at the feed store just long enough to remind myself I still had a voice. One afternoon, I asked him if he knew anything about the Holbrook property. He looked up from the counter, didn't smile, just said, "That place should have been torn down years ago," and then went quiet. Back at the cabin, more things started happening. The pump out back began producing water that smelled like blood. I stopped using it after that and started boiling stream water. The second week of November, I woke up to find every single jar in the cabin emptied and lined up neatly on the floor. Nothing broken, just glass rows, like someone had arranged them while I slept. Then came the whistling. It happened at night, always around the same time, between 2 and 3 in the morning. A long, slow whistle, rising and falling, like someone trying to mimic a song but forgetting the melody halfway through. It would start at the tree line and then slowly, night after night, get closer. By the third week, it was just outside the front porch. I never saw anyone. One night, I left the rifle loaded and propped near the door. I waited. When the whistling started again, I stood up and stepped outside, flashlight in hand. There was no one there, but the graveyard gate was open. I had never touched that gate, never even walked among the stones at night, but it stood open now, wide enough for someone to walk through. That's when I started boarding up the windows. I used whatever scrap wood I could find, covered every opening, and kept only a small slit near the door to look out. I didn't go for walks anymore. I barely left the porch. I didn't care about getting better anymore. I just wanted to make it to winter so I'd have an excuse to leave. But winter came early that year. A snowstorm rolled in and trapped me up there. By mid-November, the road was impassable. I was stuck. The final night started like all the others. Cold, quiet, but something was off. I could feel it in the way the wind moved, short gusts, almost rhythmic, like someone breathing. I stayed awake again, staring at the door, waiting for the sound. At 2:14 a.m., the whistling began, but this time it didn't come from the trees. It started at the back of the cabin. It moved around the walls, slow and steady, until it reached the front porch. Then it stopped. A few seconds later, something knocked on the door. Not hard, just a slow, deliberate knock. 1, 2, 3. I raised the rifle. Didn't move, didn't breathe. The knocking stopped, then silence. Then, without any sound of footsteps, the doorknob began to turn. Jiggled once, then again. But I'd locked it, bolted it, nailed it shut from the inside. The knob twisted a final time and then went still. I stayed in that position until morning, the rifle aimed, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would give me away. When daylight finally came, I opened the door. Nothing was there. No prints in the snow. No sign of movement. But every single grave in the yard had been dug up. Not just disturbed, completely unearthed. Shallow, muddy holes and empty. I ran. I packed what I could carry, left the rest, and hiked the 6 miles through knee-deep snow until I hit a plowed road. I flagged down a truck and got a ride into town. I told the sheriff someone had been living out there, breaking in, stealing from the graves. He took notes, nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe a word of it. I didn't care. I didn't want to go back. I signed over the rest of my lease and moved back to Portland. Never told anyone what really happened. Couldn't. I still can't explain most of it. There were no ghosts.
No spirits.
Just something human. Something twisted, patient, and living in that place. Something that didn't want to share the cabin. I was 39 that summer. The year was 2016. I had been living alone for nearly 4 years by then, ever since Rachel and I divorced. We didn't have kids, just years of memories, most of which I'd rather forget. We used to spend long weekends up at the old cabin in northern Vermont. Her family had owned it since the 1960s, a quiet little A-frame tucked about a quarter mile off a dirt road between Sutton and Sheffield. It was modest, 1 floor with stove, no plumbing, but Rachel loved it. She'd grown up spending summers there, and when we got married, I tried my best to enjoy it too. But something about that place always put me on edge. I don't know why. Maybe the isolation. Maybe the strange layout of the woods around it, like they were watching. But I never told her that. I kept it to myself, like a lot of things. After the divorce, I moved to Concord, New Hampshire, took a job doing maintenance at a hospital, and tried to keep my head down. I didn't see Rachel again after the papers were signed. Didn't want to. I knew from a mutual friend that she'd held onto the cabin. She kept it exactly the same. She was still going up there from time to time, still sleeping in the same lumpy bed we shared, burning the same wood I used to split. It made my stomach turn, the thought of her keeping that place as if nothing had changed. That summer, I was driving up to Newport for a 3-day weekend. I had a buddy who ran a bait shop there, and we'd planned some fishing and drinks. Nothing special, just time to unplug. The route took me along Route 5A, which skirts Lake Willoughby. It's a beautiful drive, tree-lined, winding, almost too quiet. I'd taken it hundreds of times over the years. But this time, I don't know what got into me. Maybe it was the weather, gray clouds heavy like wet wool. Or maybe it was the long silence in the truck, broken only by the occasional clunk of gear in the back. Whatever it was, as I passed the turnoff to the old logging trail that led to Rachel's cabin, I hesitated, just for a second, and then I turned around. I told myself it was curiosity. Closure, maybe. I hadn't seen the cabin since the divorce, and I thought maybe if I drove by it, saw it for what it really was, just a sagging old shack in the woods, it might take away some of the weight I'd been dragging around. I wasn't planning on stopping. I just wanted to pass it, see it, then keep going. The logging trail was worse than I remembered. Rutted, narrow, overgrown. My Tacoma groaned as I eased it down the incline, branches scraping the sides like fingernails. The deeper I went, the darker it got. The trees leaned in from both sides, blotting out what little sunlight the clouds allowed through. The trail twisted left, then straightened. I slowed down. The cabin would be up ahead, past the small clearing where Rachel used to park her Subaru. I expected to see her car there, maybe a wisp of chimney smoke, maybe nothing at all. But there was no car.
No smoke.
The place looked empty. I pulled up slowly and stopped about 30 feet from the edge of the clearing. I could see the cabin through the trees. Gray wood, dark windows, the same tin roof with that one corner that always curled up like a dog's ear. But it looked different, abandoned almost. The grass was taller than it should have been for July. The path to the porch was barely visible. A couple of shutters hung loose. The whole thing had a lean to it, like the woods were trying to drag it back into the ground. I sat there in the truck for a long time, engine running. My fingers were tight on the wheel. Something about it wasn't right. This wasn't how Rachel kept things. She was tidy almost obsessively. She wouldn't let the cabin go to hell like this. She wouldn't let nature take it back. Then I noticed the door. It was open, just a crack. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. The door was open maybe 3 inches, enough to see a sliver of shadow inside. The cabin didn't have a screen door, never did. If it had been windy, it might have swung all the way open, but it wasn't windy. Everything was still, silent. I should have backed up and left right then. I should have thrown it in reverse and peeled out of there without looking back. But I didn't. I killed the engine, unbuckled, and got out. The air was thick with moisture, smelled like wet bark and rot. I stepped carefully, trying not to snap branches underfoot. My boots crunched in the gravel where the old path used to be. As I got closer to the cabin, I noticed more things that felt wrong. The stack of firewood under the window was crumbling, covered in moss. A broken mug lay in the grass, its handle snapped off. The flower boxes Rachel had built were full of weeds. And still, the door hung open, quietly inviting. I reached the steps. They groaned under my weight. I stopped at the threshold. The inside was dark.
No lights, obviously.
The place didn't have electricity, but the darkness felt thicker, like the shadows had mass, like they were waiting. I pushed the door open slowly. The smell hit me first. It wasn't death, not quite, but close. Mold, urine, something chemical. It made my eyes water. The cabin was colder than it should have been. I stepped inside. Everything was covered in dust. Thick, undisturbed dust. That didn't make sense. If Rachel had been up here recently, the place should have shown signs of life. But the chairs were untouched. The table had a thin film over it. The counter still held the same old coffee can full of utensils, but even that was dusty. A spoon sat on the floor like someone dropped it in a hurry. The rug was bunched in one corner. The wood stove was cold. Then I saw the nails. There were nails driven into the walls. Dozens of them, all along the far side of the cabin where the bed used to be. Each one had something hanging from it. Bits of cloth, string, paper scraps. One held a child's mitten. Another held a lock of hair tied with blue yarn. My stomach twisted. I walked slowly along the wall, staring at each object. Most were unidentifiable. Burned scraps, rusty bottle caps, an old shoe sole, what looked like a dried-up frog pressed flat. It was like someone had built a shrine, or a warning. There was no bed anymore, just a bare floor and a dark stain where the mattress used to be. The stain spread out like something had soaked through it. I turned away, bile rising in my throat. I walked to the kitchen counter. On it sat a notebook, black cover warped from moisture. I picked it up, flipped it open. Most of the pages were blank, but a few had handwriting jagged, rushed, barely legible. I made out words here and there. Can't sleep, keeps knocking, don't go outside at night, saw it again last night. Then, one phrase, repeated over and over, it's not Rachel anymore. My chest tightened. I dropped the notebook and backed away. Something shifted behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I stared at the empty room. My breath was loud in my ears. My pulse pounded. I stepped backward, toward the door, not taking my eyes off the dark corners of the cabin. I kept waiting for something to move, but nothing did. I turned and stepped outside. The air felt thinner, lighter. I breathed in deep, trying to steady myself. That's when I saw the footprints, fresh, in the mud near the side of the cabin. Bare feet. They led away from the cabin, down the slope toward the stream. I followed them with my eyes. They disappeared into the trees. I got back in my truck and locked the doors. I sat there for a long time, staring at the cabin. I wanted to believe it was squatters, or maybe Rachel had gone off the deep end, and that's why the place was in ruins. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I put the truck in reverse and backed out slowly. When I hit the main road again, I didn't stop. I didn't go to Newport. I drove straight home, shaking the whole way. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise in the house made me jump. I kept picturing those nails. That notebook. 2 days later, I called the mutual friend who'd told me Rachel still visited the cabin. I asked when she last heard from her. There was a long pause. She went missing last fall, the friend said. They think she went up to the cabin and never came back. They never found her body. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. I didn't go back. I sold the Tacoma a month later. I still dream about that wall of nails. I don't know what happened to Rachel. I don't want to know, but I'll never forget what I read in that notebook. It's not Rachel anymore, and I believe it. It was the fall of 1998 when I decided to take a break from the chaos of city life. I was 29 years old then, living in Minneapolis, working a dull office job that drained my energy and spirit. The city noise, the endless traffic, and the clatter of keyboards were suffocating me. So, I packed up my gear, loaded my old Jeep with supplies, and set out for a cabin deep in northern Minnesota's woods, far away from any trace of civilization. I wasn't alone. I brought along Max, my black Labrador, who was my faithful companion since I adopted him as a puppy 4 years before. Max was calm and steady, the kind of dog you trusted to be your shadow in the dark. The cabin was a simple, weathered structure made of rough-hewn logs, sitting beside a small lake surrounded by towering pines. I had inherited it from my late uncle, a man who lived his entire life away from society. The cabin wasn't fancy. It had a wood stove, a small kitchen, a sleeping loft, and enough space for me and Max to be comfortable. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and cell phone service was spotty at best. The idea of disconnecting and spending a week with just nature and my dog felt like a gift. The first day went as expected. I unpacked, chopped wood for the stove, set up my bed, and let Max explore the surrounding woods while I set traps for firewood. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves, birds, and the distant splash of the lake's water lapping at the shore. The air was crisp, tinged with the smell of pine and damp earth. At night, after the stove crackled and the cabin grew warm, Max curled up beside me. His steady breathing was a comfort in the quiet. On the second day, I decided to take a hike deeper into the woods. Max was eager to follow, his nose sniffing every inch of the trail. We walked for hours, crossing small creeks and stepping over fallen trees covered in moss. The further we went, the thicker the trees became. The forest canopy almost blocked out the sky, and the sun barely reached the ground. I marked my path carefully, knowing the woods could swallow you whole if you lost your way. We reached a clearing just as the sun was starting to dip behind the hills. The clearing had the remains of an old foundation, probably the ruins of a long abandoned cabin or hunting shack. The wood was rotted, and the stones were covered in lichen, but I could imagine someone having lived there once, surviving winters in this harsh place. Max sniffed around the rubble, his ears twitching at sounds I didn't hear. There was a stillness in the air that made me uneasy, but I shrugged it off, blaming it on my imagination. As we turned back, I noticed the sky darkening faster than expected. Thick clouds rolled in, blotting out the remaining light. The wind picked up, carrying a chill that crept into my bones. I quickened my pace, but Max suddenly stopped and growled softly, his hackles raised. I scanned the trees around us, but all I saw were shadows shifting with the wind. The rain started lightly at first, then quickly became a downpour. My jacket soaked through, and the trail grew slippery with mud. I struggled to keep my footing while Max stayed close, guiding me through the wet underbrush. We finally made it back to the cabin just as the storm hit full force. The cabin's door was a blessing. I locked it behind me and stoked the fire in the stove until warmth filled the room. Max shook off the rain and settled beside me, his eyes sharp and alert. Outside, the rain pounded the roof and windows, the sound filling every corner of the small cabin. I settled in for the night, but sleep didn't come easy. The storm made the walls creak and groan. I heard branches tapping against the windows and the distant howl of the wind. Max stayed awake, occasionally growling at sounds I couldn't place. There was a feeling of unease hanging over us, an almost electric tension that made my skin prickle. Around midnight, something happened that changed everything. I was dozing by the fire when Max suddenly stood, ears perked, and his body tense. I heard a low noise outside, something like a shuffle or scrape against the cabin's side. Max growled deeper, a warning rumble that vibrated in my chest. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the door a crack. The rain had lessened to a drizzle, but the forest was still dark and heavy. I scanned the edge of the trees, the beam cutting through the shadows. There was a faint movement, just beyond the reach of the light, a dark figure slipping between the trunks. I closed the door quickly and locked it, heart pounding. Max was barking now, a deep, relentless bark that shook the cabin. I didn't want to believe it, but someone was out there. Someone who didn't belong in these woods at this hour. The next few hours were a blur of fear and vigilance. I sat by the stove, flashlight in hand, listening to every sound outside. The storm had passed, but the forest was still alive with noises. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, distant footsteps. Max never left my side, his presence the only thing keeping me calm. At dawn, I cautiously opened the door to check outside. The ground was soft and muddy, and I found footprints leading around the cabin. They were large boots, the kind you see on hunters or campers. But whoever it was, they hadn't tried to break in, only circled the cabin, watching. I didn't sleep the next day. I fortified the cabin as best as I could, blocking windows, stacking more firewood by the door, and making sure Max had fresh water and food. I stayed alert, watching the tree line for any sign of movement. By nightfall, the unease hadn't left. I could tell I wasn't alone out here, and I feared whoever had been watching would come back. I kept the fire burning bright, the light spilling out into the darkness like a beacon. Around 11 p.m., I heard it again, scraping sounds at the back of the cabin. Max growled and bared his teeth, the muscles in his neck tense as he stood in front of me, ready to defend. I grabbed the shotgun I had brought for protection, my hands trembling slightly but steady. The sound grew louder, slow, deliberate steps circling the cabin. Suddenly, a figure stepped into the firelight. A man, tall and lean, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. His eyes glinted with something I couldn't place, malice or desperation. He didn't speak. Instead, he stared at me, waiting. Max barked furiously, stepping forward, but I held him back. The man took a step back, then turned and vanished into the woods. I locked all the doors and windows, checked the shotgun, and sat by the fire with Max until dawn. The next morning, I packed everything up. I wasn't about to spend another night with someone lurking in the woods outside my cabin. I drove out slowly, eyes scanning the trees, heart racing every time a shadow moved in the corner of my vision. When I got back to the city, I called the local sheriff's office to report what happened. They took down my statement but told me that the woods were known for trespassers, hunters, drifters, sometimes worse. I never returned to that cabin. It was supposed to be a refuge, a place to find peace, but the experience changed something in me. I realized that out in the wild, away from the safety of others, you're vulnerable in ways you can't always prepare for. Max never forgot that night either. Whenever I take him on walks in the city, he's alert to every sound, every movement. The woods taught us both to be wary, to trust instincts, and to respect the darkness. Not because of ghosts or monsters, but because people can be just as frightening. That cabin is still out there, surrounded by pines and silence. And though the storms come and go, some things remain. The memory of a night when the real terror wasn't the dark itself, but what hides in it. It was late autumn in 1993 when I decided to take a week off from work and go on a solo camping trip. I was 29, living in a small town in northern Wisconsin, and the cabin I planned to stay in belonged to an old family friend, Mr. Harlan. He was an aging man who had owned a little cabin deep in the woods for decades. I had spent some summers there as a kid, but never alone. This time, I wanted solitude and peace. No city noise, no deadlines, no responsibilities. The trip started on a gray Monday morning. I loaded my truck with all the gear I needed: a heavy-duty sleeping bag, a camping stove, canned food, water, a flashlight, a hunting knife, and a first aid kit. I also brought my hunting rifle, more for protection than anything else. The autumn woods could be unpredictable, and I like to be prepared. The forecast said there was a chance of rain later in the week. The drive was quiet. I followed the old dirt roads leading into the forest, the air getting cooler and crisper with every mile. The trees had started to lose their leaves, the ground thick with orange and brown foliage. It was peaceful, exactly what I wanted. By late afternoon, I arrived at the small clearing where the cabin stood. It was a modest, weathered wooden structure, just big enough for one or two people. The front porch sagged a bit, and the windows were grimy from years of neglect. I unlocked the door with the key Harlan had given me months earlier and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of dust and old wood, but also something else. A faint, musty odor I didn't recognize at first. I set down my bags and opened the windows to let in fresh air. The walls were lined with shelves filled with old books, some fishing gear, and a few faded photographs of Harlan and his family. A small wood stove sat in the corner, blackened from use. I spent the next hour unpacking and preparing the cabin for the week. I stacked some firewood next to the stove and cleared off the small kitchen table. The cabin was basic, no electricity, no running water, but it had everything I needed. After dinner, I sat by the window watching the forest. The sky had turned a dull gray, and a light drizzle began to fall. That night, I slept poorly. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain tapped against the roof in a steady rhythm. Every creak of the cabin sounded unnerving in the dark silence. I kept my flashlight and rifle within reach on the bed. The next morning, the rain had stopped, but the ground was soaked. I decided to explore the surrounding woods, hoping to find some firewood and maybe a better source of water. The forest was thick with fallen leaves, making my footsteps muffled and soft. I walked slowly, alert for any signs of wildlife. After about an hour, I stumbled on an overgrown path I hadn't noticed before. Curiosity pulled me deeper. The trees around me grew taller and closer, and the light dimmed under the thick canopy. The path ended abruptly at a small clearing. At its center was another cabin, smaller and more run down than Harlan's. I hadn't known there was another cabin this close. The door was closed but not locked. Something about the place felt off. The wood was rotten and blackened, and the windows were shattered. I didn't want to stay long, but I felt compelled to look inside. Pushing the door open with a creak, I stepped into darkness. The air inside was stale, heavy, and cold. I pulled out my flashlight and swept the beam across the room. At first, I only saw broken furniture and debris, but then my light caught on something strange on the floor. It was a body, lying face down, partly covered with a dirty blanket. At first, I thought it was a mannequin or a prank, but the smell hit me before my mind could deny it. It was the unmistakable stench of death. The skin was pale and blotchy, the clothes tattered and soaked with dirt and old blood. My heart pounded hard. I stepped back slowly, almost tripping over a broken chair. The mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing. How long had this person been here? Who were they? Why was the cabin abandoned? I pulled out my cell phone, but there was no signal. The forest seemed to swallow any connection. I knew I had to get back to Harlan's cabin and call the police, but the thought of moving past that body made me nauseous. After taking a deep breath, I left the cabin and headed back the way I came. The sky was growing darker, clouds thickening again. I hurried, glancing over my shoulder. The forest felt alive with unseen eyes watching me. Back at Harlan's cabin, I locked all the doors and windows. I called the sheriff's office from the landline phone Harlan had installed, explaining what I found. They said they'd send someone out as soon as possible, but it could take hours. The waiting was unbearable. I sat by the wood stove, gripping my rifle, every creak and rustle outside making me jump. The rain started again, heavier this time. When the deputies arrived, two of them, they took one look at the cabin and then at me, their expressions grim. They went to check the other cabin. I waited outside in the cold rain. They came back silent. The dead man was identified later as a drifter who had been reported missing weeks earlier. The cause of death wasn't clear immediately, but the cabin was a crime scene. The police stayed overnight, and I helped with some details. Eventually, the investigation revealed the man had been killed in a robbery gone wrong, then dumped in that cabin. The murderer had disappeared, probably fled the state. I left the woods the next morning, my mind heavy. The peaceful trip I had planned turned into a grim confrontation with death in the wilderness. The silence of the forest had been broken by a terrible secret, hidden in the rotting walls of a forgotten cabin. Even now, years later, I can't forget the smell, the sight of that body, or the cold dread that settled in my bones as I stood there, alone in the rain. I first learned about the cabin when I inherited it from my uncle, who had passed away unexpectedly the year before. The cabin sat deep in the black pine forest, a dense stretch of land on the outskirts of northern Minnesota, a place so remote that cell phone signals were almost non-existent. It was 1998 when I decided to make the trip to see the cabin for myself, wanting to understand what my uncle had left behind. I was 29 years old, and at the time working as a mechanic in Minneapolis. I was tired of the constant noise of the city and the monotony of daily life. The idea of a quiet place, a cabin surrounded by nothing but trees, was appealing. The journey took almost 6 hours by car, with the last stretch being a narrow dirt road that wound through thick woods. The forest felt alive. Every so often the wind pushed branches, creating a constant rustling sound that filled the air. I didn't see another car the whole way. When I finally arrived, the cabin was tucked away at the end of a small clearing, barely visible through the tall black pines that surrounded it. It looked old, maybe built in the 1940s, with weathered wood and a rusty tin roof. The porch was sagging on one side, and the windows were grimy but intact. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not just the absence of sound, but the kind of silence that presses on your ears and makes your own breathing seem loud. The kind of silence that feels unnatural, like the forest is holding its breath. I stepped onto the porch, the wood creaking under my boots. Inside, the cabin smelled like damp wood, old pine, and something else. A faint, almost metallic scent that I couldn't place. Dust covered everything, except the area around the fireplace where it looked like someone had been burning logs recently. There were old newspapers scattered on a small table, dated back to the 1970s. A rusty kettle sat on the stove, and a few mismatched chairs stood around a rickety table. I set my bag down and opened the windows to let in fresh air, but the wind that swept through was cold and sharp, making me pull my jacket tighter around me. I had come prepared for the cold, but I didn't expect the air to feel so raw. That first night, I lit a fire in the hearth. The flames flickered and cast long shadows on the wooden walls, the only source of light in the cabin apart from a small, dim lantern. I settled into one of the chairs, a book in my lap, but I found it hard to focus. The forest outside seemed alive in a way that made me uneasy. Every snap of a twig, every distant rustle set my nerves on edge. Around midnight, I heard the first strange noise. It was faint at first, like a soft thud against the cabin's outer wall. I thought it might be an animal, a raccoon or a squirrel, but when the noise repeated, rhythmic and slow, I realized it sounded deliberate. Something was tapping on the wood, not hard, but enough to hear clearly. I didn't want to investigate. I told myself it was nothing, probably a branch hitting the side of the cabin in the wind. But the taps continued intermittently throughout the night. I lay awake, heart pounding, listening to the wind and the tapping, wishing daylight would come sooner. The next morning, I checked the outside walls carefully but found nothing. No marks, no damage, no sign of animals. The ground around the cabin was soft from rain, but I didn't see any tracks near the wall where I'd heard the tapping. It was as if nothing had been there. I told myself it was just the wind playing tricks. Still, I decided to spend the day exploring the woods nearby. Maybe getting out of the cabin would help clear my head. The forest was thick and dark under the tall pines. The ground was soft and damp, covered in pine needles and fallen leaves. I walked for hours, following a narrow animal trail that twisted through the trees. I found an old hunting blind, half collapsed, and the remains of a fire pit with blackened stones. It looked like someone had been here recently, but no sign of people now. As I walked back, I thought about how isolated this place was. There were no neighbors within miles, no trails, no roads, just the forest stretching in every direction. That night, the tapping started again. Louder this time, more persistent. I sat by the fire, my eyes fixed on the door, waiting for something to happen. The wind howled outside, shaking the cabin. Then, suddenly, there was a loud bang against the window. I jumped to my feet and grabbed the lantern. My hands trembled as I moved to look outside, but the darkness was thick and complete. No sign of movement, no shadow, nothing. I wanted to convince myself it was just a branch or some animal, but my gut told me something was wrong. I felt like I was being watched. Sleep came late and restless. The next morning, I decided to leave the cabin for a while and drive back into town to buy some supplies. I packed my bag, locked the door behind me, and headed down the dirt road. As I drove, the feeling of unease stayed with me. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following, but there was only empty forest. Back in town, I stocked up on food, batteries, and a few extra tools. I also bought a small handheld radio, hoping to have some contact with the outside world while I was at the cabin. Returning to the cabin felt different. The forest seemed darker, heavier somehow. The sun was setting as I pulled up to the clearing, casting long shadows. Inside, I lit the fire again, unpacked my things, and sat down. The radio was quiet except for static, but at least it was something. Then I heard footsteps, not outside the cabin, but inside. Slow, deliberate steps on the wooden floor above me. The cabin only had one floor, no attic. I was alone. I froze, heart pounding. The steps stopped, and the silence returned, thick and suffocating. I stood up, flashlight in hand, and started checking every room carefully. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been there. I convinced myself I was imagining things, maybe my nerves playing tricks. But I locked the doors extra tight that night, placing a heavy chair against the main door. The following days passed in a blur of small noises. Scratches on the walls, the tapping on the windows, footsteps outside in the underbrush. I barely slept, always listening for the next sound. One evening, while checking the perimeter, I found fresh footprints in the soft mud near the cabin. They were large, boot-shaped prints heading into the woods. I followed them for a few hundred yards, but the trail disappeared. This was no animal. I started to suspect someone was watching me, maybe even living nearby, hidden in the forest. The next night was the worst. The tapping on the walls started again, but this time accompanied by faint voices outside. I couldn't make out what they said, but the sound was close, just beyond the windows. The wind died down, making the noises even more distinct. I stayed inside, trembling, waiting for morning. At first light, I went outside and found something chilling. Fresh tire tracks in the dirt road leading away from the cabin. Someone had been there recently, no doubt. That was when I realized I wasn't alone in the woods. I packed my bags immediately and prepared to leave. But just as I was about to get in the car, I heard a voice call my name from the edge of the forest. Clear, steady, and calm. I froze, scanning the tree line, but saw no one. I didn't wait any longer. I got in the car and drove away as fast as I could, the forest behind me feeling like a trap. When I finally reached the highway, I called my closest friend and told him everything. He said he would come and check the place out. Days later, the police arrived. They searched the area, found some old makeshift campsites deep in the woods, but no one was there now. They told me the forest had a history of illegal activity. Drug growers, poachers, sometimes squatters, people hiding from the law or from their past. The tapping, the footsteps, the voices, none of it was supernatural. It was real people watching, waiting, hiding. I never returned to the cabin. The place that once promised peace became a nightmare I wanted to forget. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can still hear that tapping in my mind. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe because I don't sleep much anymore, and when I do, I dream of the blood. Maybe I'm tired of carrying it alone. I haven't told a soul, not because I think someone would understand, but because there's nothing anyone can do about it now. He's gone, buried, and no one is going to find him. It happened back in the fall of 2012. I was 31 years old. My name's not important, and if you knew it, you wouldn't believe me anyway. At the time, I lived alone in a small town in northern Idaho, just south of the Canadian border. We had more trees than people and winters that lasted longer than they should. I worked part-time at a mechanic's shop and stayed out of trouble. I didn't drink, didn't hang out with anyone besides my dog, and didn't go looking for problems. But they came for me. The cabin wasn't even mine. It belonged to my Uncle Gary, who had died the year before from a stroke. He left it to my cousin Derek, but Derek lived out in Colorado and didn't want to deal with it, so he told me I could use it whenever I wanted. It sat empty otherwise, collecting snow and pine needles, tucked about 20 miles into the woods near Priest Lake. No cell service out there.
No neighbors.
The road to it was mostly dirt, rough and narrow, and impossible to drive on without four-wheel drive once the snow set in. That year, September came colder than usual. I remember it because I had to start splitting firewood earlier than I normally did. I made a trip up to the cabin with my dog, Buddy, one weekend to restock the firewood shed and check that the roof wasn't leaking. I was only planning to stay 2 nights, but I stayed longer. The first weird thing was the truck. I'd driven up on a Thursday evening, around 5 p.m., with a full load of dry wood in the back of my pickup. It took me about an hour and a half to reach the cabin. By the time I got there, the sun was dropping low behind the trees, and the air had that sharp smell of cold dirt and bark. I parked beside the cabin, let Buddy out to sniff around, and started unloading the wood. That's when I noticed the tire tracks. They weren't mine. My tires were all-terrain with a deeper tread. These were smooth, like standard street tires. They cut into the mud near the side of the cabin, forming a set of wide, slow arcs, and then disappeared back toward the road. Nobody was supposed to be out there. Nobody but me and whatever wildlife hadn't migrated yet. At first, I figured maybe Derek or someone from the county had stopped by to check on the place, though there'd be no reason. The tracks were at least a day old, maybe more, with the edges starting to crust dry. I didn't think much of it. Not then. That night, it rained. I had the fire going in the wood stove, and Buddy curled up beside it like always. The rain was heavy, steady, tapping the roof like fingers. I sat in the chair near the window, drinking coffee and flipping through an old issue of Field and Stream. The cabin was one room, about 30 feet wide, with a small kitchen area on one side and a cot and table on the other. No running water, no electricity, just propane and wood. I slept with my .30-06 under the bed. Not because I was paranoid, just because I always had. Sometime after midnight, Buddy growled. Not loud, just a low rumble, like a warning. I sat up. He was standing near the door, ears up, nose twitching. I stepped to the window and looked out, but the darkness was thick, made worse by the rain. I couldn't see more than 10 feet. Nothing moved. I waited. A minute passed, maybe 2. Buddy kept growling low and steady. Then suddenly he stopped, tail down, just quiet. I stood there another 10 minutes before going back to bed, though I didn't sleep much. The next morning, the ground outside was soaked and dark. I checked for prints but saw nothing fresh. Just the same tire tracks from before, now blurred by the rain. I spent the rest of the morning chopping and stacking wood, trying to ignore the nagging feeling in my gut. Around noon, I took Buddy for a walk down to the creek, about half a mile out. He was back to normal, running ahead, splashing in the shallow parts. I let my guard down again, figured maybe it was just a deer he'd heard last night. We got back to the cabin around 2 p.m., and that's when I saw the boot prints. They were behind the cabin near the propane tank. Heavy boots, deep tread, recent. I hadn't been back there since I arrived, and I hadn't seen them before. There were 2 sets, one going toward the back wall, one going away. I didn't panic, but I did grab my rifle. I walked the perimeter, slow and careful. Didn't find anyone. No sign of a vehicle either, just the boots. The prints circled the cabin once, like someone was casing the place, and then vanished into the trees. I stayed outside most of the day after that, just watching, waiting. When night came, I didn't sleep, just sat in the chair by the stove with the rifle across my lap. Nothing happened. No sounds, no movement, just cold and silence. The third day, I decided to head home. I packed my things and loaded up the truck. I walked around one last time to make sure everything was shut up tight. That's when I found the cigarette butt. It was near the outhouse, half buried in the mud. Not mine. I don't smoke. Someone had been standing there, watching probably. Close. I got into my truck and drove fast. Faster than I should have on that narrow road. Buddy sat beside me, panting. He was nervous too. I could feel it. I got back to town around 6 p.m. and didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would I tell? It wasn't a crime to walk through the woods. 3 days later, the cop showed up. His name was Officer Reed. Tall guy, maybe 40, shaved head and a long scar down his left cheek. Said he was from the county sheriff's office. Said there'd been a report of suspicious activity near the lake, and he was asking all the property owners about it. I told him I hadn't seen anything. He didn't press, just nodded and asked if I ever went up to the cabin. I said yeah, sometimes. He asked when I was last up there. I told him the week before. He smiled, but not like a friendly smile. That's when I got the feeling something wasn't right. He left after that. No warrant, no follow-up. But I saw his truck parked on the side of the road 3 days later, just off the turn that led up to the cabin trail. That night, I went back. I waited until 11 p.m., then packed a flashlight, my rifle, and enough gear to stay hidden for a couple days. I drove a mile past the usual turnoff and parked deep in the trees. Walked the rest of the way in. Buddy stayed home. I didn't want him getting hurt. I got to the cabin around 2 a.m. No lights, no sound. I approached from the side and looked through the windows. He was inside, sitting at the table, drinking coffee like he owned the place. My place. I stayed low, watching. He had a duffel bag on the floor beside him, a gun on his hip, a radio clipped to his shoulder, but he wasn't talking into it. I waited 2 hours. He never left the table, just sat there, watching the door. That's when I realized he wasn't a cop, at least not a real one. No badge, no cruiser, just a county patch on a jacket and a fake radio that didn't blink. And that scar, it looked too perfect, like something done with makeup. I don't know why he was there, maybe looking for something, maybe watching me, but I knew one thing: he wasn't supposed to be. I circled the cabin and checked the truck parked out back. Idaho plates, no markings. In the bed were ropes, a shovel, 2 plastic drums, and something wrapped in a blue tarp. Pulled it open. It was a body, a woman, mid-30s, face beaten beyond recognition, zip-tied wrists, dead at least 2 days. I stepped back, breathing hard. That's when I heard the door creak open. He'd seen me. He came out fast, gun drawn, but I was already off to the side. I fired once, missed. He ducked behind the truck and fired back. I dropped low, crawled to the corner of the cabin, and waited. My heart was hammering so loud I thought he'd hear it. He moved slow, methodical, circling toward me. When he came around the corner, I was ready. I fired twice. The first shot hit his shoulder. The second hit his chest. He went down hard, clutching at the wound. Tried to reach for his gun again. I kicked it away and held mine on him. He was still breathing, barely. Eyes wide, lips moving but no words coming out. I looked down at him for a long time. Then I dragged him into the woods. Took me 6 hours to dig the hole. I buried him deep, then the girl too. I cleaned the truck, burned the tarp, and dumped the duffel in the river. When I left, I wiped the place clean, bleached the floors, burned the mattress, took down the number plates and scratched them up. Then I drove the truck 50 miles south and left it in a grocery store parking lot. I never heard a word about him after that. No missing cop reports, no news stories, nothing. It was like he didn't exist. I think he was part of something bigger. Maybe a drifter posing as a cop. Maybe worse. Maybe someone with power who knew how to disappear. Or maybe the body in the tarp was someone who would have gotten him caught. I never went back to that cabin. Sold the truck a month later, got rid of my phone, moved to a different town and started over. I still think about it, though. Sometimes I wake up and think I see him standing at the foot of the bed, soaked in blood, reaching for his belt. But he's not there. He's still in the ground, somewhere in those cold woods, under a pine tree that no one's ever going to look under. And if someone does find him one day, they'll never know who he was, or what he was doing in that cabin. But I do, and now you do too. My name is David Finch. I was 36 when this happened, and I haven't told many people about it. It's not the kind of story you casually drop in a conversation. I wasn't hallucinating. I wasn't lost. Nothing supernatural happened. Just real people, real decisions, and real fear. It was early September of 2018. I was living in Oregon at the time, just outside of Eugene. I'd recently quit my job as a warehouse supervisor after 10 years. It wasn't a dramatic exit, just burnout. I was tired of the rotating shifts, the fluorescent lights, and never seeing the daylight. I'd saved enough to take a long break and clear my head. No obligations, no pressure, just time. I'd always liked the idea of being alone in nature. As a teenager, I used to spend weekends hiking with my uncle up near Mount Hood. He had this way of making the forest feel like a second home, comfortable, quiet, and somehow more honest than anything back in town. After quitting, I packed up my old Nissan Frontier and decided to take a solo trip up to the Deschutes National Forest. I didn't plan anything fancy, just some basic gear, a tent, canned food, and a folding chair. I'd be out there 3 or 4 nights, tops. The first 2 days were great. I set up camp a few miles off a dirt trail near Crescent Lake. The weather was cool and dry. I went on long hikes, cooked beans and sausage over a small camp stove, and read an old book I'd been meaning to finish. I saw a few other hikers in the distance now and then, but nobody came near my camp. It was quiet, perfect. On the third morning, I decided to try a longer hike off one of the side trails. I'd seen a small marker on my map, just a dotted line heading toward a ridgeline that looked interesting. It wasn't a named trail, but I figured I'd follow it for a couple of hours and then circle back. I left my tent and most of my gear behind, just packed a small day pack with a water bottle, jerky, a flashlight, and a folding knife. It was cloudy that morning, and there was a dampness in the air that made everything smell like moss and pine needles. I started the hike around 10 a.m. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, but I followed it without much trouble. Around noon, the terrain started changing. The trees grew denser, the canopy darker. I passed a dry creek bed, then another. That's when I noticed something odd. Faded wooden boards nailed to a tree. They weren't signs exactly, just slabs of wood, nailed vertically, one above the other. No writing, no symbols, just there. I don't know why, but it made me stop. They weren't new. The nails were rusted, and the boards were splintered and gray. They didn't look like part of any trail system I'd seen before. I pressed on. Another 30 minutes, and the forest opened up a bit. I saw the roof of a structure maybe 70 yards to my left, hidden among the trees. I wasn't expecting a cabin out there, nothing on the map showed one. But there it was, old, sagging, and sun-bleached. The roof looked half-collapsed, and the chimney was missing a few bricks. I stood there staring at it. I should have turned around right then, but I didn't. Curiosity pulled me closer. The grass around the place was knee-high. The front door was missing, just a black rectangle hanging open, with part of it splintered on the ground nearby. The windows were broken or boarded. I could smell something faint, something old and dry like rotten wood and trapped air. I stepped inside. The cabin was small, maybe 20 feet wide and 30 feet long. It had one main room with a table, a rusted stove, and a few overturned chairs. A set of stairs led up to what must have been a small loft. The floor was warped and soft underfoot, and spiderwebs hung in the corners like curtains. There were things left behind. Coat still on a hook, a pair of boots under the table, a lantern on the floor, cracked but intact. None of it looked new, but none of it looked ancient either, like someone had just walked away a decade ago and never came back. I walked through slowly, trying not to step on any nails. I reached the back of the cabin, where a smaller door led into what looked like a pantry or closet. It was empty except for shelves covered in dust. But there was something strange. Scratches. Long, deep grooves on the inside of the door. Not claw marks. More like someone had dragged a metal object or maybe even fingernails across the surface repeatedly. The wood was splintered where it met the frame, like it had been kicked or forced shut too many times. I backed out of that little room, suddenly feeling cold despite the air being still. I don't know what exactly triggered it, but I had this heavy sense in my gut, like I was being watched. It's hard to explain. There was no sound, no shadow, nothing to point at, just a weight in the air that told me I wasn't alone anymore. I left the cabin quickly and made my way back to the trail, but I couldn't find it. I turned and walked in the direction I thought I came from, but the trees all looked the same. I tried to find the dry creek bed, but it wasn't there. I walked for 20 minutes and realized I was circling. The underbrush was thicker. I hadn't noticed that before. By the time the light began to fade, I knew I was lost. I had a flashlight, thankfully, but I didn't want to use it too early. I found a flat spot under some trees and decided to wait for morning. I wrapped myself in my light jacket and ate the rest of my jerky. It got cold fast. I barely slept. The next morning, I started walking again. I marked trees with small cuts from my knife as I went. By midday, I still hadn't found the trail. That's when I spotted something that stopped me cold. A footprint. Not mine. It was in the mud near a tree stump. A boot tread, larger than mine. Fresh, maybe a day old. I crouched down and looked closely. Pointed the same way I was heading. Part of me felt relieved. Someone else had been out here. Maybe still was. I followed the direction of the footprint and walked for another hour. That's when I found the second cabin. Smaller than the first. Tucked between rocks and trees.
No windows.
Just a single wooden door with a chain hanging from a rusted bracket. But the door wasn't locked, and someone had been here. There was a tarp spread out next to the cabin with an axe, a hatchet, and 2 blue plastic barrels. One barrel was open. Inside were what looked like clothes, dirty jeans, a flannel shirt, a pair of socks. The other barrel was sealed with a lid and duct tape. There were no signs of recent life, no fire, no food, no sounds. But I didn't like the feeling that came over me. It felt like walking into a room right after an argument. The air felt wrong. I didn't go inside. I kept walking. That evening, I found a ridge and climbed it. From the top, I could barely make out a clearing to the east, open land, maybe a road. I made my way in that direction, moving slowly through the undergrowth. It took hours, but just before dusk, I found the road. Mile marker 83. I had no idea which road it was, but it was paved, cracked, and ran north-south. No cars in sight. I followed it south. After an hour, I saw a wooden sign half buried in weeds. Cedar Hollow, 11 miles. I walked all night. Around 4 a.m., I saw headlights. A truck passed, then braked and reversed. A man in his 50s with a tan ball cap offered me a lift. I climbed in without a word. He didn't ask many questions. I told him I'd gotten turned around on a hike. He dropped me off at a gas station in a small town called La Pine. I used a payphone to call a friend who lived nearby. He picked me up, and that was that. Or it should have been. A week later, I went back. Not into the forest, just to ask around. I stopped at the local sheriff's office and said I thought I'd seen an old hunting cabin in the woods, maybe abandoned. I didn't mention the barrels, just said I was curious. The deputy behind the counter frowned. There used to be logging sites out there, a few shacks and bunkhouses from the 60s. Nothing official now. He didn't offer more and I didn't push it. Back home, I did some digging online. Old maps, logging records, even crime reports. I didn't find anything specific, just stories, rumors really, about poachers, illegal grow sites, and missing hikers in that part of the forest. I never found the exact location of the cabins again. I even tried hiking back out that way the next summer with a GPS, but everything looked different. The dry creek bed was gone. The tree with the boards was gone, like the forest had swallowed it all up. I haven't been back since. I still go camping, but never alone, never that deep, and never without letting someone know exactly where I'm going and when I'll be back. What still gets me is the second cabin, the barrels. The fact that someone had been out there recently, walking, carrying things, setting up a place with no windows and a chained door. I don't know what was in the sealed barrel, and I'm glad I didn't open it. The first cabin felt like a place someone left in a hurry. The second felt like a place someone planned to return to. Whatever was going on out there, it wasn't just old history. It was something still happening, and I'd walked right into the middle of it. It was the fall of 1998 when I first set foot on my grandfather's farm in the heart of Nebraska. I was 28 then, and city life had worn me down. Long hours behind a desk, endless noise, and people who never seemed to stop talking. I needed space, a break from everything. My grandfather had passed a few years before, leaving the land to me in his will, and now I was finally ready to claim it. The farm was far out, miles from the nearest town. The closest neighbor was almost a mile away. I liked it that way. The old farmhouse was sturdy but weathered. Paint peeled from the wooden siding. The porch creaked with every step, and the windows were smudged and cloudy. I was alone except for the dog I had brought along, an old border collie named Jake who had been my companion since childhood. Jake was quiet but alert, and he seemed to understand the seriousness of this trip. The first few days were spent cleaning and fixing up the cabin my grandfather had built years ago near the edge of the property. It was a small, simple place, but it had character: rough-hewn logs, a stone chimney, and a patchwork roof that the wind had battered over time. Inside, there was a wood stove for heat, a rickety table, and a few old chairs. I liked the isolation. No distractions. No noise but the wind through the trees and the soft rustle of the wheat fields. I was planning to stay for a few weeks, maybe longer, to figure out what I wanted to do with the place. Farming was hard work, but it felt honest, something real. My grandfather's diary, found in a drawer, told stories of the land, the seasons, the struggles of drought and winter, the pride of harvest. I felt connected to him, and that gave me a kind of peace. But peace is fragile. The nights were something else entirely. Without the city's glow, the darkness around the cabin was so complete it pressed down on me. The moon hung low some nights, pale and cold, but often the sky was starless, the clouds thick and heavy. The wind would whistle through the trees and the old fence posts, sounding like whispers in the dark. I kept a lantern on the porch, and every night, I would light a fire in the stove to keep the cold at bay. Jake slept at my feet, his ears twitching at every little sound. Sometimes I would catch the distant howl of coyotes or the heavy thud of a deer moving through the underbrush. That was normal, part of the life out here. What wasn't normal was the feeling that something else was watching. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. Maybe loneliness made me imagine shapes in the shadows, or a tree branch scraping the window sounded like footsteps. But one night, that feeling became too strong to ignore. It was a chilly night, early October, with a sharp wind cutting through the trees. I was sitting by the stove, reading by the flickering light. Jake was restless, his low growl vibrating in his throat. I could see his eyes fixed on the window that faced the barn. The wind slammed against the cabin, rattling the glass, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move outside. I grabbed my old hunting rifle from the corner. My grandfather had taught me how to handle it years ago, and quietly made my way to the door. Jake was right behind me, his nails clicking on the wooden porch. Outside, the world was black except for the weak light of the lantern I held. The barn stood silent, its doors closed tight. I scanned the fields and the tree line. Nothing. I told Jake to stay close and headed toward the barn, the cold biting through my jacket. The grass was damp with dew, and the wind carried a strange smell, something metallic and sour. My heart pounded as I moved around the side of the barn. Then I saw it. Footprints. Not just any footprints, large, heavy, and fresh in the muddy earth near the door. They were too big for a deer or a dog. Whoever made them had been here recently, maybe even now. My mind raced. Who could be out here? The farm was remote. I hadn't seen a soul since I arrived. I always locked the main gate, but someone had made it through. I scanned the dark tree line again. Nothing moved. Still, I knew I was not alone. That night, I barely slept. I kept the rifle close, and Jake never left my side. At dawn, I explored the farm again, searching for signs. Broken branches, strange marks, anything. The footprints led to the woods but disappeared under the thick carpet of leaves. The rest of the day I worked on the cabin, trying to shake the fear, but the uneasy feeling never left. Every crack in the floor, every groan of the old wood made me jump. On the third day, I found a piece of cloth snagged on a fence post near the field's edge. It was dark green and smelled faintly of smoke. I recognized it immediately, the kind of jacket hunters wore. But I hadn't told anyone I was coming here, and the nearest hunter's camp was miles away. I knew then I had to be more careful. I stayed inside after dark, boarding up the windows a little with spare wood I found in the shed. Jake seemed to understand too. He growled whenever I glanced outside. A week passed like that, tense and silent except for the sounds of nature and my own thoughts. I started keeping a journal, writing down what I saw, what I felt. It was a way to stay sane. Then, one evening as the sun set in a dull orange haze, I heard the truck. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but the rumble grew louder until it was clear. A vehicle was coming down the dirt road that led to the farm. I didn't know if I should feel relief or fear. I grabbed the rifle and stood near the window, watching. The truck pulled up slowly, dust kicking up behind it. A man stepped out, tall, lean, with a weather-beaten face and a slow, careful walk. He wore the same kind of jacket as the piece of cloth I had found. He walked right up to the cabin and called out. I stayed quiet, heart hammering. He didn't look hostile, but something about him was off. A coldness in his eyes, a weight in his stance. He told me he was a hunter who had been tracking a deer nearby and got lost. He said he meant no harm and just wanted to rest and ask for directions. I nodded slowly, still holding the rifle but lowering it. I decided to let him stay the night. Jake growled but didn't attack. That night was the worst. After the man went to sleep in the spare room, I couldn't rest. Every creak, every shadow made me tense. At one point, I heard the softest movement near the kitchen. I grabbed the rifle and quietly approached. He was there, rifling through the drawers, eyes cold and hard. I pointed the gun at him and he froze. I realized then that the man was not lost or tired. He was looking for something valuable or secret. I told him to leave at first light. He agreed, but I didn't trust him. The next morning, he left without a fight. I watched his truck disappear down the road, dust trailing behind it. After he was gone, I searched the cabin thoroughly. Nothing seemed missing, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I fortified the doors and windows, adding extra locks and setting up noise traps outside with cans and string. Days passed. The farm was quiet again, but I was no longer at peace. One morning, I found footprints again, bigger, deeper, closer to the cabin. Someone had been walking around while I slept. The hunter had either returned or someone else was here. I decided to call the sheriff in the nearest town. They came out, a couple of deputies driving a beat-up truck. They searched the area but found nothing suspicious, just the usual tracks of animals and the occasional trespasser. I asked about the hunter. The sheriff said no one reported a missing hunter nearby, and no permit had been issued in that area. It was strange. Someone had lied. Weeks later, I learned the truth by accident. One evening, while working in the barn, I found a hidden trapdoor beneath the old hay. It was locked, but with some effort, I managed to pry it open. Underneath was a small underground cellar, dark, damp, and cold. Inside were supplies, a few cans of food, a flashlight, and something else. A cache of stolen goods, tools, weapons, a radio, and some cash hidden in a tin box. It was a base, someone's hideout. The hunter wasn't lost. He was using my farm as a safe place, maybe for illegal hunting or something worse. I reported everything to the sheriff, who sent a team to investigate. They found evidence that confirmed my suspicions. Poachers had been using my grandfather's farm as a hideout for months, sneaking in and out at night, stealing equipment and possibly using the cellar to store illegal items. The man I met was part of that group. After the police cleared the area, I felt a heavy weight lift from my shoulders. The farm was mine again, safe and quiet. I stayed on the land for years after that, repairing the farmhouse, planting crops, and living simply. The scare made me appreciate the peace even more. I learned that fear often comes not from ghosts or monsters, but from real people and real danger lurking where you least expect it. The farm taught me to be alert, to respect the land and its silence, and to trust my instincts. I never saw the poachers again, but the memory of those dark nights stayed with me. A reminder that some places hold secrets, and sometimes you are never truly alone. I didn't know Uncle Ron well. He was my dad's cousin, some old-timer who had chosen to live away from society decades ago. We only saw him during a few family gatherings when I was younger, and even then he kept to himself. When I got the call from the lawyer's office saying I was named in his will, I didn't think much of it. I figured maybe he left me an old rifle or a stack of vintage coins or something. Turns out he left me his cabin. I was 35, recently laid off from a management job at a manufacturing plant in Oregon. No wife, no kids. It felt like life had hit pause. So when I found out I had a piece of property waiting for me up in northern Montana, near the tree line just below the Bob Marshall Wilderness, I figured, why not? I packed my truck, took 2 weeks worth of food and gear, and drove northeast. It was late September 2022. The air had just started to turn. The trees were yellowing, and snow was probably no more than a month away. The cabin was about 5 miles from the nearest paved road, reachable only by a dirt path that climbed and wound into the forest. I had to slow to a crawl for the last mile as the road narrowed and potholes grew into trenches. When I finally pulled up, I wasn't disappointed. The cabin was sturdy, 2 stories with a metal roof, a small woodshed off to the side, and a porch that overlooked the tree line. It was clear Uncle Ron had built it to last. It had its own well, a hand pump, and a propane tank around the back. No internet, no phone signal, no nearby neighbors. Just wilderness. I had come expecting a rustic experience, and that's what I got. The inside was cold, the floorboards a little warped, but everything was clean. Uncle Ron's belongings were still there. Worn flannel shirts, books stacked on a shelf, jars of dried herbs, and knives. So many knives. hunting knives, folding blades, and even an old machete. I found an old journal, but it was more of a weather log than anything. Just entries like clouds came in fast or elk tracks east of the ridge. The first few days were quiet. I woke up early, chopped wood, cooked eggs and beans on a camp stove, and read. I'd sit on the porch wrapped in a blanket, watching the sun pull shadows across the pines. I hiked a few of the trails Uncle Ron had cleared and flagged with orange tape. The forest was silent, like it was waiting for something. It was on the fourth night that I noticed the smell. It hit just after sunset. I was sitting by the fire inside, reading with my back to the door, when something rotten drifted through the air. Not quite sewage, not quite dead animal. Somewhere between the two, sharp and thick like it was clinging to the walls. I stood up and checked around, but I couldn't find the source. Outside, the woods were still. Nothing moved. No wind, no crickets. I figured maybe it was a skunk or something nearby that had died, and went to bed. The next morning, I found the back screen door torn off. Not pried, torn. The wooden frame had splintered like it had been pulled from the wall. Claw marks, thin, sharp ones, ran across the siding. Not bear claws. I'd seen bear damage before on trash cans and cabins. This looked more precise, deliberate. I checked the woodshed. 2 logs had been removed from the stack and laid flat in the clearing like someone had sat on them, side by side. There were no tracks in the dirt, just indentations like something heavy had rested there. I told myself it was just some animal. A bobcat maybe, or a cougar. They were around this area. I wasn't about to panic over some scratches. That night, I left the lights off and sat near the front window with my flashlight off, watching. It was after midnight when I saw movement at the tree line. Something tall and thin. It didn't walk right. It moved one leg forward and then paused, like it was learning how to walk. Then the other leg followed, stiff and slow. Its shoulders were too high, and the arms hung lower than they should have, almost to the knees. I couldn't see its face in the dark, just the outline of a person or something pretending to be one. It didn't come any closer. It just stood there in the shadows, watching. I didn't move for over an hour. My hands were sweating, and my knees were shaking, but I didn't dare shift or make noise. Eventually, it turned and slipped back into the trees. I locked every door, every window. I pushed furniture against the front and back doors. I didn't sleep. In the morning, I walked out to where I'd seen it. There were broken branches and prints in the moss. Not boot prints. Bare feet, wide and long, with toes too far apart. Whatever had been out there wasn't wearing clothes. That day, I loaded my rifle and carried it with me everywhere, even to the outhouse. I didn't leave the clearing. I didn't hike. I didn't sit on the porch. I just waited, listening to the woods. At night, it came back. This time, it circled the cabin. I could hear it. Slow footsteps crunching twigs. Sometimes it would stop for minutes at a time, and the silence would stretch so long I thought it had left, until the sound came again, closer. I heard it behind the kitchen wall, then at the window. I didn't look. It didn't try the doors that night, but something scraped across the roof in the early hours. Something with nails. By the 6th day, I was running on fumes. My nerves were fried, my hands shaking constantly. I barely ate. I tried using my radio, but the batteries were low, and all I got was static. I couldn't get a signal to call anyone. I kept thinking about leaving, about jumping in the truck and tearing down the mountain road. But part of me was afraid of what I'd see on that road, or what might follow. On the 7th night, it knocked. Just once. A soft knock at the back door. I was sitting in the living room, rifle in hand, when I heard it. A single knock, then nothing, then again, slower. The worst part, it sounded human, like knuckles, not a branch tapping, not a rock falling. I didn't respond. I didn't breathe. 10 minutes later, the front door creaked. I had pushed the bookshelf and a chair against it, but it groaned under pressure. Not like something slamming into it, but steady pressure, like someone leaning their weight against it, testing the frame. Then silence. For 3 hours, nothing happened. I sat in the middle of the cabin with every light off, rifle pointed at the door. At some point, I dozed off sitting up. When I woke, it was dawn, and the front door was wide open. The bookshelf was pushed aside.
No scratches. No splinters.
Just open. There was no wind that night. No way that door opened on its own. I stepped onto the porch with my rifle up and scanned the treeline. Nothing, but on the far end of the yard, near the log pile, was something new. A rabbit, skinned, hanging from a stick. It was fresh. Blood still dripped onto the ground. I knew then that it wasn't just watching me anymore. It was playing with me. I made my decision. I was leaving. I packed everything, food, gear, weapons, into the truck. Took less than an hour. I didn't bother cleaning up. I didn't shut off the gas. I didn't care. I just got in, started the engine, and backed out. I hadn't driven 50 yards down the trail when I saw it. Standing in the middle of the road. It was taller than a man. Pale, nearly hairless skin. Long arms. Its head tilted too far to one side, like a dog hearing a strange sound. And its legs bent wrong, like it had been broken and healed the wrong way. It didn't move. I stopped the truck. My heart was slamming in my chest. I raised the rifle out the window, but my hands were shaking too badly to aim. It slowly crouched, then crawled off the road fast.
Inhom anli fast.
Into the woods. I gunned it. The truck bounced and groaned down the trail. I clipped a tree. Mud sprayed up. Branches slapped the windshield. But I didn't stop. I didn't slow down until I hit the paved road. I didn't go back for a long time. It's been over a year since then. I never told anyone what really happened. Just said the cabin was too remote, not worth the upkeep. I sold it through a local realtor who didn't ask many questions. Some couple from Idaho bought it. I've never checked to see if they moved in, but I still think about it. I dream about it, about the way it moved, the way it watched, and most of all, the smell. The smell hit me again last week. I was walking my dog near the edge of town, and it came out of nowhere. Thick, rotten, sharp, just for a second. Then it was gone. I haven't walked that trail since, and I won't go near the woods again. It was early October of 2013 when I drove up to the Peak District to spend a long weekend in a small wooden cabin I'd rented through a website that doesn't even exist anymore. I was 33 back then, working as a regional transport coordinator based in Nottingham, and the stress of the job had been piling on heavier than usual. I'd always preferred solitude over social gatherings, so a quiet escape up into the hills felt like the only thing keeping me together at that point. The cabin sat just west of Hope Valley, about 10 miles off the A6187. It was tucked down a narrow gravel road that dipped through a patch of forest and opened out into a clearing near the edge of a steep drop overlooking the valley below. You couldn't see any other homes or people from there, and the trees swallowed up most of the outside world once you passed the gate at the edge of the private lane. The cabin itself was basic, just a square-shaped wooden box with a tin roof and small porch. Inside, there was a single bedroom, a little bathroom with a composting toilet, and a main room that combined a kitchenette, a table, and a narrow wood-burning stove set into the wall. No TV, no internet, and barely any mobile signal. That was exactly what I wanted. I got there on a Thursday evening, just as the sun was starting to dip behind the hills. The air was already cold, and the wind had that brittle, dry quality that hinted at an early winter. I parked my car in the gravel area behind the cabin, pulled my rucksack and cooler from the boot, and carried everything inside. There was no check-in. I'd already paid online. The key had been posted to me in a padded envelope 2 days before I arrived. The man who rented it out, George, I think his name was, lived in Sheffield and only came by to clean between bookings. The first night was quiet. I made tea, lit the stove, and ate sandwiches I'd made that morning. The wind howled for a bit outside, knocking branches against the walls and making the trees creak. But that was about it. I read for an hour by torchlight and then slept on the creaky bed with 3 blankets piled on top of me. Friday morning, I woke early to the sound of something knocking faintly on the outside wall. It wasn't sharp enough to be a person, more like a branch or maybe an animal brushing past. I stepped outside, and the cold hit me like a slap. Frost coated the grass, and the sky was gray with low clouds sitting on the treetops. I made coffee on the camping stove and walked around the clearing. The trees were dense on all sides, except the slope facing the valley, which gave a long view down into the lowlands below. There was no wind that morning, which made everything feel still and muffled. The only odd thing I noticed was a set of small footprints, barefoot, I think, pressed lightly into the frost behind the cabin. They weren't big enough to be mine and looked too small for an adult. They curved away from the cabin and vanished into the woods. My first thought was a deer or maybe a stray dog, but there weren't any pads or claws, just faint toe impressions. I figured I was imagining it, or that the frost had distorted whatever had been there. I spent the day walking part of the Pennine Way Trail, then circled back in the afternoon to the cabin. When I got back, the wind had picked up, and it started drizzling. Not hard, just enough to make everything slick and cold. I changed into dry clothes, reheated a tin of stew, and spent the evening by the stove again, reading and writing notes in a small leather-bound book I'd brought to clear my head. The rain fell harder after dark, and the wind picked up speed, rattling the tin roof and moaning through the trees. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a noise that I didn't recognize. It wasn't the wind or the rain or the usual shifting of the wooden walls. It was a soft scraping, like fingers dragging slowly across the outside of the cabin wall. I lay still for a minute, trying to tell myself it was just a tree branch. But then I realized it was moving, slowly, around the cabin, not quite circling, but following the wall. I got out of bed and stood barefoot on the cold wooden floor, listening. The sound paused for a few seconds, then picked up again on the opposite side of the cabin. I couldn't see anything from the small window. It was too dark, and the glass was fogged over. I considered turning on my headlamp and stepping outside, but something in me resisted. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed and waited. Eventually, the sound faded, and the wind returned to being the only thing I could hear. I barely slept the rest of the night. Saturday morning, I stepped outside with a torch still in hand, checking the ground behind the cabin. More frost, more faint footprints, barefoot. They circled the back of the cabin, then vanished into the trees again. I followed them for maybe 30 meters before they dissolved into damp soil and dead leaves. I don't know why I didn't leave then. Maybe I told myself it was just some kid messing around. Maybe I thought it was an animal with a weird gait. Or maybe I just didn't want to admit I was afraid of being alone. Whatever the reason, I stayed. But I kept the fire burning longer that day and left the torch on near the window. By mid-afternoon, the clouds returned, and the air grew heavy again. I spent most of the day inside, eating, writing, and trying to ignore the way the trees shifted in the wind like they were watching. Around 5 p.m., I was cleaning dishes when I noticed movement near the edge of the clearing. It was a woman. She stood just beyond the tree line, where the grass turned into brush and slope. She wasn't moving, just standing. Her arms hung at her sides, and she was barefoot. Her long brown hair was wet and matted, hanging down over her shoulders. She wore what looked like a long, pale gray dress or nightgown. The way she stood, so still and distant, made something crawl up my spine. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the window, staring, hoping she'd move or wave or call out. She didn't. After maybe 2 minutes, she stepped backwards, into the trees, and disappeared without turning around. I didn't sleep at all that night. Sunday morning, the wind had dropped. The frost was thicker. I made coffee and kept checking the window every few minutes. Nothing moved out there. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin again. More prints, smaller than mine, barefoot. I followed them deeper into the woods this time. The trees closed in quickly, and the light dimmed as I moved farther from the clearing. I kept checking behind me, half expecting to see her standing on the trail, but there was no one. About 200 meters in, I came across something strange. A plastic sheet draped over a shallow pit in the ground. It looked like a makeshift shelter or a place someone had been sleeping. There were scraps of torn fabric, empty crisp packets, and a single child's shoe lying in the dirt nearby. It didn't look abandoned. It looked used. I turned around and walked back to the cabin without looking over my shoulder again. I packed my things in silence, locked the cabin, and drove out by noon. I didn't stop until I reached Sheffield, where I checked into a Travelodge and sat in the shower for half an hour, trying to understand what the hell I just experienced. Back in Nottingham the next day, I contacted the man who owned the cabin. I didn't go into full detail. I just told him I thought someone might be squatting in the woods nearby, maybe a runaway or someone mentally unwell. He didn't seem surprised. He just said he'd go check on it. A week later, I received a short email from him. He thanked me for letting him know and said he'd found signs of someone living in the woods behind the cabin. Clothes, wrappers, and other belongings. He'd reported it to the local police, who came out, but found nothing when they searched. That was it. I still think about her, not because she looked like a ghost or did anything supernatural. She didn't float or vanish in thin air. She was real. She stood in the cold, in the wet grass, barefoot and still. The way a person might if they'd been out there a long, long time. The way someone might stand when they're watching something that used to belong to them. She didn't try to come inside. She didn't try to hurt me. She just stood there, like she'd been doing it for years. Watching, waiting, maybe trying to remember something. What scares me most is that I don't know how long she'd been there. That first night, I heard something scrape the walls, and the second morning, those barefoot prints were already there. So she'd been coming and going since I arrived, maybe even before. I haven't gone back to the Peak District since, and I never rented another cabin, no matter how remote or peaceful it promised to be. I take my holidays in cities now, where I can see the people, hear the traffic, and sleep without listening for footsteps in the frost. Because that woman, she wasn't a monster. She wasn't a spirit. She was real, and that's what makes it worse. I remember the trip clearly, as if it had happened yesterday, though it was nearly a year ago now. I was 32, tired of city life, and hungry for the silence of the woods. I grew up hunting with my father when I was younger, but life's demands pulled me away from that world. So that October, I decided to take a solo trip into the forests of northern Idaho, renting a small hunting cabin far from any town. The cabin was nothing fancy. A small wooden shack, built in the late 70s, made from rough-cut logs with a steep metal roof and a narrow porch. It sat near a bend in a river, surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush. The owner told me it was isolated. The nearest neighbor was at least 5 miles away, and cell signal was spotty at best. Exactly what I wanted. I packed my gear carefully. My hunting rifle, a good supply of food, a couple of knives, warm clothes, and my trusted old flashlight with fresh batteries. I also brought an old gas lantern and a small wood stove that I could light inside to keep the cabin warm. The nights were supposed to be cold, down in the 30s and 40s, maybe colder. The drive there was long and tiring. The paved road gave way to dirt and gravel paths, twisting through dense woods. I stopped a few times to take in the silence and the smell of pine and wet earth. As I pulled up to the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun was just dipping behind the hills, throwing orange light across the forest. The first night was uneventful. I made a fire in the small stove, heated up some canned beans, and drank black coffee from a thermos. Outside, I heard the usual forest sounds: distant hoots of owls, the rustling of small animals, the sharp crack of twigs under unseen feet. It was calming, like the world had slowed down. I slept on a creaky cot inside the cabin, wrapped in a heavy blanket. The next day, I set out before dawn, rifle slung across my back, boots crunching through frost-covered leaves. The forest was a mixture of evergreens and aspens, the yellow leaves fluttering gently in the wind. I had planned to hunt deer, knowing this area was rich with them. I moved quietly, careful to avoid snapping twigs or breaking branches. I saw tracks, fresh deer prints in the soft mud near the riverbank. My heart raced a little, but I reminded myself to stay patient. I settled into a makeshift blind near a small clearing, waiting. Hours passed. The sun rose high and then started to sink again. No deer came close enough. I decided to return to the cabin to rest and plan for the next day. As I walked back, I noticed something odd. Footprints not like deer or any animal I knew. Human footprints. Large, deep impressions in the mud, partially covered by fallen leaves, heading parallel to the river but away from the cabin. I stopped and stared, heart pounding. They looked fresh, maybe from the day before or earlier. I was alone here. The nearest cabin was miles away. Who could be walking through this part of the woods? I knew this area was used by hunters and fishermen, but it was early in the season, and I had heard no sign of anyone else. That evening, back at the cabin, I kept my rifle close and double-checked all the locks and latches on the windows and door. I tried not to let my mind wander to dark places, but the image of those footprints stayed with me. I sat by the stove, nervously sipping my coffee. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint noise, like something scraping outside the cabin. I froze. The wind had died down, and the forest was eerily quiet except for that scraping sound. It stopped and started again, irregular and soft. I crept to the window, peering out through the cracked curtain. The moonlight barely penetrated the thick trees, but I could make out the shadows of branches swaying gently. I strained my eyes, waiting for any sign of movement, but nothing appeared. The scraping stopped. I listened for any other sounds, footsteps, voices, anything. Silence. I went back to my cot but didn't sleep well. Every little noise made me jump, and I found myself checking the windows again and again. The next morning, I decided to investigate those footprints more carefully. I packed some water, my hunting knife, and a small first aid kit, just in case. I followed the trail along the river, moving cautiously. The footprints led deeper into the woods, away from the main trail and any clear path. They were large and heavy, the print of boots or thick shoes, possibly rubber. After a mile or so, I found signs of a fire, a small circle of blackened stones, ashes cold but still present. Nearby, some torn pieces of cloth and a broken plastic bottle. I felt a chill. Someone had been here recently, not far from my cabin. But who? I hadn't seen any car or truck nearby. No one else had passed me on the road. I took some photos with my phone, careful to keep it off as much as possible to save battery. I considered heading back, but my curiosity got the better of me. I followed the prints further. The trail led to a shallow ditch beside the river. In the mud, there were drag marks, like someone or something heavy had been pulled across the ground. It looked fresh, the mud still soft and wet. My heart hammered in my chest. I thought of all the news stories about people going missing in the wilderness, sometimes victims of violence or worse. The forest suddenly felt less like a peaceful refuge and more like a trap. I returned to the cabin quickly, locking the door behind me. I checked my rifle and decided to stay inside for the rest of the day, avoiding wandering too far. That evening, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and making the old cabin creak. I piled wood on the stove, keeping the fire bright. I ate cold canned soup, trying to steady my nerves. Around 10 p.m., I heard the scraping sound again. This time it was closer, not far from the porch. I grabbed my rifle and moved quietly to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to see outside. There, in the dim moonlight, I saw a figure moving between the trees. It was large, wearing dark clothes with a hood over the head. The figure paused, then crouched and disappeared behind a thick pine. I held my breath, heart pounding so loud I thought the figure might hear it. I considered calling for help, but there was no signal, and I wasn't sure what to say. The figure moved again, slower this time, as if searching or waiting. I backed away from the window and locked the door again. My mind raced with possibilities. A lost hunter, a criminal hiding, someone dangerous. I spent the night waiting and listening. No other sounds came, no knocks or calls, just the wind and the occasional scrape. The next morning, I packed my gear quickly. I was done staying in that cabin alone. I loaded my rifle, grabbed my backpack, and locked the door behind me. On the walk back to my truck, I stayed alert, eyes scanning the trees and shadows. I followed the main trail, but kept the prints and drag marks fresh in my mind. I didn't see the figure again, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. When I reached my truck, I breathed a long sigh of relief. I started the engine and looked back toward the woods. The cabin was a small hut among the trees, quiet and empty. I drove away, never looking back. Months later, I learned that a man had gone missing not far from that area. A local who was wanted by the police for violent crimes. They never found him, but there were rumors he hid in the woods. The footprints I saw, the fire, the drag marks, I wonder if it was him. That hunting trip was supposed to be an escape, a quiet time in nature. Instead, it reminded me how fragile safety is, and how the wild isn't just home to animals. There are dangers we don't see, people who live in the shadows, and sometimes they are closer than we think. It was the fall of 2017. I had just turned 31 and was in between jobs after quitting a sales role I couldn't stand. My cousin Dave had this old hunting cabin he barely used anymore, and since I needed time to think, clear my head, and just be away from people, he offered to let me stay there for a while. I didn't ask too many questions. I just packed a few clothes, some food, and my old hunting rifle and drove up north to the forests near Lac du Rocher in Quebec. The cabin was deep in the woods. No cell service, no electricity, just a small gas generator for a few lights at night and a hand pump for water. The road that led to the cabin was gravel and got worse the farther you went. The last few 100 feet you couldn't even drive. I had to park and walk the rest. It was quiet, no traffic sounds, no people, just the forest, the wind in the trees, the crunch of leaves under my boots. I remember feeling good about being out there, a sense of peace. I wasn't planning to hunt, but I brought the rifle more out of habit and maybe a bit of unease I didn't want to admit. You always think you'll be fine until you're alone for real. The cabin was small. One room, a fireplace, a cot, a wood stove, and a small shed out back where Dave kept tools. Nothing fancy, but it didn't need to be. It was dry and safe, and that was enough. The first few days passed slowly. I spent the mornings cutting firewood or hiking around the area. I'd read, nap, write in an old notebook, or just sit on the porch and listen to the woods. The nights got cold fast, and the forest felt a lot bigger and darker once the sun went down. The kind of darkness you don't get near cities, so black you can't see your own hand. But I liked it. I liked how it made me feel small, It was on the fourth night that things started to shift. I was asleep on the cot, the fire low but still warm. I woke up without knowing why. I didn't hear a noise, but I felt something. That weird instinct, like someone staring at you. I sat up. The inside of the cabin was still. I reached over and turned on the little lantern. I got up and checked the door. Locked. I looked out the front window. Nothing but trees and blackness. I told myself it was just nerves and tried to lie back down. But I couldn't sleep. The next morning, I walked the property. I thought maybe an animal had come by. Maybe a bear or a moose. I didn't see tracks, but it had rained a bit overnight, and the ground was soft. You'd expect to see something. I didn't. That afternoon, I went out farther. There was an old logging trail that went a few kilometers out past the cabin and curved near the lake. I took the rifle with me and followed the trail for maybe 2 hours. I didn't see much. A few squirrels. No signs of other people. No tire tracks.
No trash.
Nothing that made me feel any better. That night, I built a bigger fire and kept the lantern on longer than usual. I locked the door and kept the rifle next to the cot. I told myself again it was nothing, just my mind adjusting to the quiet, just the lack of noise playing tricks. But the next night, I knew it wasn't in my head. It was around 1 a.m. I hadn't fallen asleep yet. I was lying on the cot staring at the roof when I heard something outside. It was faint but clear, a crunch like footsteps on leaves. I sat up. I listened. It happened again. Slow steps, not heavy, not fast, just slow. Someone walking. One step, then a pause. Another, closer, then quiet. I stayed frozen for a long time, not sure if I should turn on the light. I didn't move at all. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe 20 minutes. Maybe more. I didn't hear the steps again. When the sun came up, I went out and looked around the cabin. This time I saw it. Footprints. They weren't mine. They came in from the trees near the back of the shed. They circled the cabin once, then stopped near the front steps. Then they went back the way they came. They were from boots. Not hiking boots. Work boots, maybe. The kind with a square heel. Not new either. The print was deep in the mud, the sole worn. I stood there for a while, just looking at the ground, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to look scared, but I couldn't pretend anymore. Someone had come to the cabin. Someone was watching. That day, I didn't leave the area. I stayed near the cabin, rifle always in arm's reach. I went out to the shed for the first time. I wanted to check if anything was missing or moved. The shed door was closed, but the lock was hanging open. I was sure I'd locked it before. I remember doing it when I arrived. I checked inside. The tools were all there. Some old gas cans, an axe, a small box of nails. But on the floor was something I didn't recognize. A black trash bag, empty, just lying flat like it had been dropped. I didn't touch it. I just backed out, closed the door, and locked it again. The next few nights were worse. The footsteps came back, always at night, always slow. They'd circle the cabin once or twice, then stop. Sometimes I'd hear breathing. Once I heard a sound that was like metal scraping. It was right outside the window. I never saw anyone. I never opened the door. By the 7th night, I hadn't slept in 2 days. I was wired, shaky. My stomach hurt from the stress. I thought about calling Dave, but there was no service. I'd have to walk out, drive back into town. I almost did. I had my bag half-packed, but I stopped myself. I don't even know why. Maybe pride. Maybe I thought I could handle it. That night, the steps came earlier. Around midnight, I turned off the lantern and waited. I had the rifle in my hands, but I didn't want to fire unless I had to. I didn't want to kill someone just for walking near my place. But this time, it was different. The steps didn't just circle. They stopped at the door. Then came a slow, hard knock. 3 times. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I sat on the cot, holding the rifle tight against my chest, listening. Another knock, then silence. I waited an hour before I got up. I crept to the window and peeked out. Just a sliver. Nothing. Just darkness. But in the morning, I found something new. On the porch, right in front of the door, was a folded piece of paper, torn at the edges, wet from the night. No writing on it. Just a small rock placed on top to keep it from blowing away. I opened it carefully. Nothing inside. I looked around. No footprints this time. The rain had washed them away. But the message was clear. Someone was playing with me. The next day, I finally made the decision. I'd leave in the morning. I'd hike out, get in the truck, and go back home. I'd tell Dave what happened, and he could deal with it. Maybe call the police. I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to leave. I went out to the shed one last time before packing. The lock was off again. Inside, things were different. The axe was missing. So was one of the gas cans. The black trash bag was gone. I turned and walked back to the cabin. I locked the door, loaded the rifle, and waited for night to come. It was my last night, and I was ready to shoot if I had to. Around 2 a.m., I saw the figure. He didn't make noise this time. He didn't knock. I saw him through the front window, just standing at the edge of the clearing, maybe 20 feet away. A tall man in a jacket and boots, face shadowed by the hood. Not moving, just watching. He stayed there for a long time. Then, without a sound, he walked back into the woods. I didn't sleep. I sat by the door until dawn. At first light, I packed everything in 5 minutes. I grabbed the rifle, my bag, and walked fast toward the truck. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. When I reached the truck, the driver's side door was wide open. I never left it like that. Never. Inside, the seat was dry, not even dew. But in the middle of the floor was something I hadn't seen before. The axe, covered in fresh dirt, handle clean, blade sharp. I didn't touch it. I closed the door, got in the truck, and drove straight out. Didn't stop for gas. Didn't stop for food. Drove for 5 hours without blinking. I never went back. I told Dave everything later. He seemed more confused than worried. Said no one lived out there anymore. Said maybe it was just a trapper passing through. But we both knew that wasn't it. Someone knew I was there. Someone had been watching for days. And someone had a plan. I think leaving was the right move. I don't know what would have happened if I stayed another night. I don't like thinking about it. Maybe he wanted to scare me. Maybe he wanted more than that. But I left before I found out, and I don't plan on ever going back to find out. The rain had started early that day, thick and steady, soaking the dirt road that led out to the backwoods of northern Vermont. I remember the way the drops hammered against the windshield on my old pickup truck, how they blurred the world outside like a gray watercolor painting. It was late October in 1997, and the trees had already lost most of their leaves. The forest was bare, skeletal branches scraping the dull sky. I come out here to build a cabin, a simple one, nothing fancy. Just a small shelter where I could get away from the noise of the city, the constant grind of my job as a mechanic in Burlington. I was 32 then, a little rough around the edges but determined. The cabin was my project, my little sanctuary in the woods. My granddad had owned this piece of land for years, a patch of wilderness he'd inherited from his father. It was mostly untouched except for an old hunting trail and the foundation of a long-gone shack. I had promised myself to finish the cabin before winter set in fully. I pulled the truck up near the clearing where I planned to build. The rain was relentless now, coming down in sheets that blurred everything. I could hear it pounding on the roof of the truck, on the leaves, on the wet earth beneath. The smell of wet pine and damp earth filled the air, heavy and sharp. I grabbed my gear, locked the truck, and started unloading the lumber and tools. Each step I took left a deep, muddy print on the soggy ground. The sky was a thick, uniform gray, and the cold seeped through my jacket. I pulled my hood tighter over my head and began setting up the framework for the cabin. The ground was soft and slippery underfoot, but I had to keep moving, making sure the wood didn't soak too much. Every plank I picked up was cold and slick, water running down in small rivulets. My hands were numb before long, fingers stiff and aching despite the gloves. The rain soaked into my clothes, weighing me down. The forest around me was quiet except for the steady sound of rain and the occasional creak of branches bending under the water's weight. The tall pines swayed, needles dripping onto the muddy floor. Occasionally, a bird's call would cut through the damp air, sharp and quick. But mostly, the woods felt empty and heavy, like the rain had washed away everything but the gray sky and the wet trees. As the afternoon slipped into evening, the light dimmed quickly. The rain showed no sign of stopping. My muscles ached from the hard labor, and my boots squelched in the mud. I worked by the dim light of my headlamp, its beams slicing through the thick curtain of rain. The wood smelled fresher than ever, mixed with the damp earth and the cold air. I thought about the long night ahead, and the thought of being alone out here made my chest tighten. Around 8 o'clock, I finally managed to raise the main frame of the cabin. A simple rectangle about 12 feet by 16, just enough for a small living space and a corner for a stove. The beams were soaked, heavy with water, and my clothes clung to me like a second skin. I decided to make a fire before continuing. I gathered some dry kindling I had packed in a plastic bag, carefully shielding it from the rain under a tarp. I set up a small fire pit under the lean-to I'd built for shelter and struck a match. The fire flickered to life, its warmth pushing back the chill and dampness for a moment. The smell of burning would mixed with the wet forest air, sharp and comforting. I crouched close, letting the heat sink into my frozen bones. The rain drummed loudly overhead, but the fire crackled stubbornly. For a while, I just sat there, the silence around me thick and heavy, broken only by the rain and the fire. That's when I first noticed the sounds from deeper in the woods. Not animals, nothing I could place exactly. Just a faint, irregular rustling, like something moving through the underbrush far off the trail. My heart quickened, but I told myself it was probably a deer or some other creature disturbed by the rain. Still, it felt different, closer, more deliberate. I scanned the trees, but the darkness and rain masked everything. The firelight didn't reach far beyond the clearing, and the woods looked endless, wet, and cold. I decided to get back to work, but the rain wasn't letting up. I moved the planks inside the frame, trying to shelter them from the water. My fingers were stiff and clumsy, and I had to keep wiping the rain from my face. At one point, I thought I saw a figure in the distance, a shadow that didn't belong. I blinked, and it was gone. The woods were playing tricks on me, I told myself. By 10 o'clock, the rain started to slow, thinning to a steady drizzle. I had managed to get the walls up to waist height and had nailed a few boards for the floor. My body was soaked through, every bone tired and aching. I set up my sleeping bag in the corner of the framed cabin, under the partial roof. I built the fire up again, careful to keep it sheltered, and warmed myself as best I could. The night grew colder, and the rain faded to a gentle patter. The forest was quiet again, except for the soft whisper of water running off the leaves. I listened to the steady rhythm of the rain mixing with the crackle of the fire. Outside, the shadows shifted, trees swaying softly in the breeze. Then suddenly, I heard it again, a sound not right for the night. A scraping noise, faint but close, like something dragging across the wet ground. I froze, every muscle tight. The fire's light danced on the shadows, but I saw nothing moving. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. I told myself it was probably a branch or a fallen log moving in the wind, but my heart wasn't convinced. The woods felt heavy, like they were watching me. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside the cabin frame, shining the beam into the dark. The beam cut through the wet trees and the mist rising from the earth. There was nothing there, just the forest, dripping and quiet. I returned inside, locked the door frame with a plank, and settled down again. I kept the fire alive, small and steady. I tried to focus on the warmth, the hard work I'd done, the plans for the cabin. Sleep didn't come easy. Every small noise, the drip of water, a distant animal call, the crack of a branch, made me tense up. Around midnight, the rain stopped completely. The wind picked up, moaning softly through the pines. The night was colder than before, and a fog started to roll in, thick and white, curling low to the ground. Then I heard footsteps, slow, heavy steps on the wet earth outside the cabin. Not far off, they moved around the clearing in no hurry, deliberate, cautious. My breath caught in my throat. I grabbed the old hunting knife I'd brought and crept to the door, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again, circling. I shone my flashlight out the window. The beam caught nothing but wet leaves and branches dripping with water. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, a figure slipping behind a tree at the edge of the clearing. Something about the way they moved was wrong, unnatural, too quiet for a person walking on wet leaves. My heart pounded, adrenaline flooding my veins. I remembered the hunting rifle I'd stashed under some logs near the truck. It wasn't loaded, but it was better than nothing. Slowly, I crawled out of the cabin frame, careful to keep low. The fog swallowed me up as I moved toward the edge of the clearing. The footsteps were gone. I scanned the trees again, flashlight trembling in my hand. No sign of the figure. Then, from behind me, a snap, something heavy stepping on a branch. I spun around, knife raised, but no one was there. The fog swirled, thick and cold. I realized I wasn't alone in the woods. For hours after, I stayed awake, watching the fire, listening for sounds. The figure never came back. The rain didn't return. When dawn finally broke, pale and gray behind the mist, I packed up my gear and left the site. I didn't look back. Weeks later, I heard that some hikers had found strange footprints near the same clearing. Large, heavy, and unlike any animal known to roam the area. The forest had kept its secret well. I never finished that cabin. The woods felt too dark, too uncertain after that night. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I stayed. But I knew one thing clearly. Some places in the wild are better left alone, especially on a rainy night when the forest is alive with things you can't see, but can feel. And that night, the woods were watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. It was the summer of 1998 when I decided to take a break from the city. My name is Luke, and I was 28 years old then, working as a junior reporter in a small town near the Appalachian Mountains in West Virginia. The city life was suffocating, and I needed to escape somewhere quiet, away from noise, crowds, and endless deadlines. That's when I found it. A small cabin for rent near an old graveyard on the edge of a forest. The owner, a man in his 70s named Mr. Harlan, had told me it was peaceful out there, perfect for writing or just thinking. The cabin sat about a quarter of a mile from the nearest road, hidden behind tall pines and tangled brush. I remember the day I first arrived clearly. The sun was low, throwing long orange shadows through the trees. The gravel driveway ended at the cabin, a simple wooden structure with faded green paint and a creaky porch. Around it, the graveyard stretched out unevenly, with weathered stones scattered among overgrown grass and wildflowers. The oldest headstones leaned at odd angles, some barely legible after decades of rain and wind. I felt a strange pull toward the place. Not fear, but a quiet curiosity. The graveyard had been there for more than a century, and some of the stones bore names from the town's earliest settlers. I figured that living so close to that history might inspire me somehow. Inside, the cabin was modest but comfortable. 2 small rooms, a living area with a stone fireplace, and a bedroom with a narrow bed and a desk. The air smelled of pine and old wood, mixed with a faint scent of damp earth. Mr. Harlan had left a few cans of beans and some firewood stacked by the door. Electricity came from a small generator that ran only during the day, so nights were dark except for candlelight and the occasional flashlight beam. For the first week, I mostly kept to myself. I spent the days exploring the woods, writing notes for articles about local history, and sitting by the graveyard at dusk, watching the light fade and the shadows grow longer. There was a peacefulness in the quiet that I hadn't felt in years. But after about 10 days, things started to change. One evening, I was sitting on the porch with a book, the sky painted deep purple, when I noticed movement near the edge of the graveyard. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer or maybe a stray dog, but the figure was upright, walking slowly between the headstones. I put down my book and squinted. The figure was wearing a dark jacket and jeans, with a hat pulled low over the face. There was something off about the way they moved, too careful, almost like they were watching for something. I watched them until they disappeared into the forest behind the graveyard. I didn't think much of it. The woods were used by hunters and hikers, and sometimes people walked through the graveyard. But that night, I kept hearing noises I hadn't heard before. The crack of twigs, soft footsteps around the cabin, and sometimes the scraping of something heavy dragging across the ground. I chalked it up to my imagination and the natural sounds of the forest. A few days later, while I was gathering firewood, I found footprints near the cabin. They were fresh, pressed deep into the soft earth, and led from the woods to the cabin, then back again. The size and shape suggested a man's boots, but there were no signs of anyone at the cabin when I checked inside. I made sure to lock the door and windows that night. The graveyard looked ominous under the moonlight, but I felt safe inside the cabin's thin walls. Still, the noises kept me awake. The soft, repetitive tapping against the window, the rustling leaves just beyond the porch, the faint thud of something hitting the side of the cabin. I tried to convince myself it was an animal or the wind, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. One afternoon, I decided to walk through the graveyard again, hoping to clear my head. The sun was bright, casting sharp shadows. As I passed the oldest graves, I noticed fresh footprints among the older ones. They were different from the ones near the cabin. Smaller, more erratic, as if someone had wandered through the stones without care. I followed the tracks to the edge of the graveyard and into the trees, where I stumbled across a small clearing. There, I saw something that chilled me. A shallow hole, freshly dug, with overturned dirt and broken branches scattered around. It looked like someone had started digging a grave but had stopped halfway. I looked around, heart pounding. There were no tools nearby, no footprints leading away in a hurry. Just the hole staring back at me like a dark mouth. I hurried back to the cabin, feeling eyes on my back the whole way. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the fireplace burning low and sat by the window with a flashlight. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside, slow, deliberate. The light from my window caught the edge of a dark figure moving near the graveyard fence. I held my breath as the figure stopped and looked in my direction. For a moment, I thought they might call out or wave, but instead, they turned and vanished into the woods. I didn't sleep a wink that night. The following morning, I found a note pinned to the cabin door with a rusty nail. The paper was old and crumpled, with uneven handwriting that looked like it had been written quickly. It said, asterisk, leave this place. You don't belong here. Asterisk, my hands shook as I read it. Whoever had left the note had to have been close, maybe even watching me right now. I thought about packing up and leaving immediately, but something kept me rooted to the spot. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe I wanted to prove I wasn't afraid. For the next several days, I took extra precautions. I blocked the windows with old blankets, double-checked every lock, and kept a large knife on the table by the door. I stopped exploring the woods and stayed inside after dark. Despite all that, the feeling of being watched never went away. One evening, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch. I froze, gripping the knife. The door handle rattled briefly but didn't turn. After a few minutes, the footsteps moved away slowly. The next day, I found deep scratches on the wooden door, like someone had tried to claw their way inside. I reported the incident to the local sheriff, but he said the area was known for teenagers playing pranks, or maybe a hunter who lost his way. He advised me to stay alert but not to worry too much. Weeks passed and the tension built. I became more and more isolated. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow seemed to shift. One rainy afternoon, the power from the generator failed completely. The cabin plunged into darkness. I lit candles but felt trapped by the blackness pressing against the windows. Then I heard it, the low sound of a vehicle approaching on the gravel driveway. I peeked out and saw a dusty pickup truck parked outside. A man got out, middle-aged, rough face, eyes scanning the graveyard. He didn't speak, just stared at the cabin and then the stones around it. I stepped outside carefully, holding the knife loosely. The man motioned toward the graveyard and said something, but I couldn't hear clearly. He pointed toward the clearing with the dug-up hole. Curious and a bit desperate for answers, I followed him through the wet grass to the site. He explained, without any sugarcoating, that the graveyard had been the center of an old feud between families, property disputes, fights, and some violent crimes that had never been fully solved. The dug-up hole, he said, was probably someone trying to hide evidence or retrieve something long buried. He warned me that sometimes people came out here at night looking for revenge or valuables. He told me to be careful and, if anything felt wrong, to leave before things got worse. After the man left, I decided I wouldn't wait around to find out what might happen next. I packed my things that night and left at first light. Driving back toward town, the graveyard faded behind me, wrapped again in silence and shadow. Looking back, I realized the graveyard cabin wasn't haunted by ghosts, but by people with unfinished business and grudges that had passed down like a curse. The quiet place had hidden danger, not supernatural but real and threatening. I never went back and I still avoid that road. The memory of those scratched doors, the warning note, and the man in the truck reminds me that sometimes the scariest things aren't stories told around a campfire. They're the ones that happen when you least expect it, in places where no one wants to look too closely. It was the summer of 1998 when I took the seasonal job as a park ranger in the sprawling wilderness of northern Montana. The job wasn't glamorous, far from it. My name is James Miller. I was 29 years old then, and I had recently moved out from the city after a string of dead-end jobs and a messy breakup. I wanted quiet, solitude, and a chance to breathe in the fresh mountain air. I got all of that, but I never expected how much darker and heavier that quiet could feel. The park office was a small, low wooden building tucked into the edge of a dense forest, and nearby stood the ranger cabin I was assigned to. It was about a mile into the woods from the main road, built decades ago by the park's founding rangers. Rough-hewn logs, a stone chimney, and a porch that creaked under your weight. No electricity inside, just a propane lantern and a wood stove. I carried everything I needed on my back during the first trip out. A week's worth of canned food, water, my gear, a heavy-duty first aid kit, a weather radio, and a hunting knife. The forest was dense and dark even in broad daylight, with tall pines and firs creating a thick canopy overhead. The smell of wet earth and pine needles was everywhere, mixed with the occasional sharp scent of wood smoke from my own stove. Around the cabin, the trees closed in tightly, and beyond the narrow trail, the land dropped sharply into a canyon. The only sounds were the distant cry of a hawk or the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. My job was simple but demanding. Patrol the park boundaries, check for signs of illegal logging or poaching, report any hazards to the main office, and keep an eye on the wildlife populations. Most days passed quietly, with only the occasional bear or deer sighting. The only people I saw were a few hikers or fishermen passing through during the day. At night, the forest belonged entirely to me. The first few nights were uneventful, save for the usual sounds of the wilderness. Owls hooted in the distance. Insects buzzed and chirped relentlessly. The wind sometimes picked up and rattled the cabin's old windows. But then, about a week in, things started to shift. It was just after sunset when I heard it the first time. A faint, rhythmic thumping coming from somewhere beyond the trees. I stepped outside, lantern in hand, scanning the shadows, but saw nothing. The sound stopped. I convinced myself it was an animal, maybe a woodpecker or a deer knocking against a tree, and went back inside. But the next night, the noise came again. This time it was more distinct, like someone walking slowly through the brush, snapping branches underfoot. I grabbed my hunting knife and flashlight and crept outside, ears straining for any sign of a person or animal. The moon was just a thin sliver, casting faint light. I followed the noise for a while but lost it near a rocky outcrop. My heart raced, but I told myself the forest was full of animals. Maybe a bear or an elk moving cautiously. I knew better than to get spooked by every noise, especially in a place as wild as this. Still, the sound kept returning on subsequent nights. The footsteps, the crackling under the snow in early July, always just out of sight. One evening, after a long day patrolling the eastern ridge, I was back at the cabin late. It was cold and damp from a light rain earlier. I stacked firewood near the stove and boiled water for coffee. I double-checked the cabin doors and windows, then sat by the fire with a book. As I turned the pages, the faint crunching sound returned outside, louder this time. I froze. My skin prickled as I listened. The noise was slow, deliberate, coming from the edge of the tree line near the path. Something was walking around the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door carefully, peering into the darkness. The beam cut through the mist, illuminating nothing but shadows. I called out, but no answer came. The noise stopped abruptly. That night, I barely slept. Every crack or rustle outside made me tense up. The next morning, I inspected the perimeter of the cabin and found something chilling. Footprints in the damp earth. They weren't animal tracks. Human footprints, size 10, heavy boots, deep impressions. I knew the park was remote and sometimes hunters or hikers ignored the rules, but this was different. Someone had been here at night, without permission, close enough to circle my cabin. I reported it to the main office by radio, but their response was limited. They said they'd send a patrol, but the nearest ranger team was hours away. I was alone out here, and whoever it was knew that. Over the next few days, the trespasser returned several times. I found new footprints, some closer than before. They left trash and even attempted to pry the window frames. I tightened all locks and set traps to detect movement. Trip wires attached to cans that would clang loudly if tripped. One night, the cans clanged loudly, waking me from a light sleep. I grabbed my rifle and flashlight and crept outside into the pitch black. The beam caught a figure darting behind the trees, too quick to see clearly. My voice was steady, shouting warnings, but the figure vanished into the forest. I knew then it was someone deliberately stalking me, testing my defenses. The weight of being watched in the dark woods was suffocating. I felt trapped and vulnerable in a place where I was supposed to be in control. The last straw came a week later. I was making a final patrol of the area before returning to the main office. The trail was slick from rain, and the forest smelled damp and cold. As I walked near the creek, I saw fresh tire tracks. Something big, like an ATV or a dirt bike, had been through recently. That wasn't allowed in the park. Closer inspection revealed deep gouges in the bark of several trees, as if someone had been careless or angry. The air felt heavy, the kind that presses down on your chest. I hurried back to the cabin and found the door ajar. Someone had forced it open. Inside, the place was trashed. My supplies scattered, papers torn, and the radio smashed. Whoever had been coming here was no longer cautious. I moved quickly to secure the cabin, locking everything again and boarding up the windows with spare wood. My mind raced. I needed to get out and alert the authorities properly. I packed my things, ready to leave first thing in the morning. But then, the noise started again, louder and closer than ever. Heavy footsteps, crunching through the underbrush, circling the cabin like a predator. I grabbed my rifle, loaded it with trembling hands, and prepared to defend myself. The night was long and tense. Every sound set my heart pounding. At one point, I saw a shadow move just beyond the porch light. I fired a warning shot into the dark. The footsteps fled. By dawn, the woods were silent again. When the first ranger team arrived a few hours later, I showed them the damage. They found boot prints and tire tracks, but no suspects. They increased patrols, and I was relieved to leave the cabin behind, finally escaping that nightmare in the woods. The experience stayed with me long after I returned to city life. It wasn't supernatural or fantastical, just a dangerous person using the forest's darkness to their advantage. The wilderness was wild, yes, but sometimes the real threat wasn't the animals or the weather. It was the human who chose to lurk unseen, patient, and relentless. I've been working for Craig for almost 3 years now. He was my boss at a mid-sized tech company in Seattle, and while he was tough and sharp, he wasn't the kind of guy you got close to. Still, when he invited me out to his cabin for a weekend away, I didn't hesitate. Not because I was that eager to spend time with him, but because honestly, I needed the break. The job was draining, and I figured a weekend out in the woods, away from the constant buzz of emails and deadlines, would do me some good. Craig's cabin was out in the Cascades, deep enough that cell service was spotty at best. It wasn't a fancy place, just a simple wooden cabin nestled in a clearing surrounded by thick pine trees and towering mountains. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles. I remember how the road twisted and narrowed as we drove up, gravel crunching beneath the tires, branches scraping the sides of the truck. Craig's wife, Karen, was quiet on the ride, looking out the window with a tired expression. Her dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. The cabin itself was modest but cozy. A stone chimney on the side, windows that looked out onto the trees, and a porch with 2 rocking chairs. Inside, the walls were lined with rough pine paneling, and the floors creaked slightly beneath your feet. There was a big wood stove in the corner and a simple kitchen with old pots and pans hanging from hooks. It felt like a place frozen in time, untouched by the rush of the city. We arrived just as the sun was dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows through the trees. Craig insisted I take the bigger bedroom upstairs, while he and Karen shared the smaller room downstairs. I wasn't complaining. The bed was firm but comfortable, and I was just glad to have a roof over my head that night. The first evening was peaceful. Craig chopped wood while Karen set up some dinner. I helped out a bit, but mostly just watched the sun go down. The the sky turning a deep orange and then fading to blue. After dinner, we sat on the porch for a while. The silence between us wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind of quiet that felt heavy with things left unsaid. That night, I barely slept. The cabin was cold, even with the wood stove going. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, and every now and then, I thought I heard something. Branches snapping, a distant animal call. The darkness felt thick and close, pressing against the windows. I told myself it was nothing, just the woods being the woods. The next day, Craig wanted to take a hike up the ridge. Karen stayed back, saying she had a headache. We packed some water and sandwiches and set off through the forest. The trail was narrow and steep, covered in loose rocks and fallen leaves. The air smelled of moss and wet stone, and I could hear the rush of a distant stream somewhere below us. As we climbed higher, the trees grew thinner, and the view opened up. The valley stretched out below us, a patchwork of green and gray, with the river winding through it like a silver snake. I was glad for the exercise, but there was something in Craig's mood that day, quiet, almost tense. He didn't say much, just kept his eyes on the path ahead. At the top, we stopped to catch our breath. I remember the cold wind whipping around us, the sky a dull gray, the kind that promised rain. I looked around and noticed how isolated we were, surrounded by nothing but wilderness. It was beautiful, but also a little intimidating. On the way back, the clouds thickened, and by the time we reached the cabin, the first drops of rain were falling. Karen was inside, sitting near the stove, wrapped in a blanket. She looked worse than the day before, pale and withdrawn. Craig handed me a cup of coffee, but his eyes kept darting to the windows, like he was expecting something. That night, the rain came down hard. The cabin creaked and groaned as the wind pushed against it. I was in bed, listening to the storm, when I heard it. A faint noise outside, like footsteps crunching through the wet leaves. I froze, heart pounding. The rain covered the sounds, but I was sure someone was out there. I got up and looked out the window. The porch was slick with rain, the trees bending in the wind. I couldn't see anything, just shadows moving with the branches. I called out softly, but no answer. Craig and Karen were both asleep, or at least pretending to be. The next morning, Craig found some broken branches near the edge of the clearing. Something had been walking through the woods at night. He didn't say much, just nodded grimly. Karen didn't come out of her room. As the day went on, the weather didn't improve. The rain kept falling, turning the dirt paths into mud. The cabin felt smaller, like a trap. I tried to keep busy, stacking firewood, checking the windows for leaks, but the sense of being watched never left me. By the third night, Karen was barely speaking. She stayed wrapped in her blanket, staring out the window like she was waiting for something. Craig was restless too, pacing the cabin, checking the locks, and staring into the dark woods. Around midnight, the power flickered and went out. The cabin was plunged into darkness except for the weak glow of the wood stove. I grabbed a flashlight and checked the fuse box, but it was useless. We were completely cut off. That's when I heard it again. Footsteps, louder this time, crunching on the gravel just outside the cabin. The sound stopped, then started again, moving slowly around the perimeter. I could hear breathing, low and ragged. Craig grabbed a shotgun from the corner. He motioned for me to stay back. The three of us huddled near the door, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin, coming closer, then moving away. Suddenly, the door handle rattled. I saw Craig tense up, fingers tightening on the gun. The handle shook again, harder this time. Karen gasped quietly, but the door didn't open. Instead, the footsteps retreated into the dark. We stayed frozen for what felt like hours, waiting for something else to happen. When morning finally came, the rain had stopped. Craig went outside and found footprints in the mud. Bare footprints too large to be anyone we knew. The prints led into the forest but disappeared after a few yards. That morning, Karen told us she wanted to leave. She looked exhausted and scared. Craig agreed. We packed up quickly and started back down the mountain. On the drive back, the silence was heavy. The forest seemed less inviting now, like it was hiding something dark. I kept thinking about those footsteps in the night, the way the door handle shook, and the feeling of being watched. When we got back to Seattle, Craig thanked me quietly and said he was sorry for dragging me into all that. I didn't say much. I was just glad to be back in the city, surrounded by noise and light. But even now, months later, I can't forget that weekend. The way the woods seemed alive with something I couldn't see but could feel. The way the rain hid secrets and the night held its breath. The cabin was supposed to be a place of peace, but it wasn't. It was a reminder that sometimes, the scariest things aren't stories or ghosts. They're the real, raw moments where you realize how small and alone you are in the world. It was the summer of 2008 when I first found that cabin, tucked away deep in the Montana woods, miles from the nearest town. I was 29 years old, working a construction job in Billings, and I was desperate for some time alone, away from the noise, the people, the constant buzz of everything. I had grown up in a small city but always wanted to experience nature the way it was meant to be. Wild, raw, and untouched. The plan was simple. Take a week off, find some solitude, and try to clear my head from the weight of daily life. I packed my old beat-up pickup with camping gear, food, water, and a few essentials. My phone had no signal beyond the city limits, but that was the whole point. I wanted to be off the grid. I'd been told about a small cabin owned by an old man who lived further into the forest but had passed away the previous year. The cabin was left abandoned, with permission from the family to anyone who wanted to use it. The catch was no one had been there for a while and the place was pretty remote. I'd spent an afternoon getting the directions from the local hardware store, drawing a crude map on a scrap piece of paper. The last stretch was a gravel road that ended at a narrow dirt path, barely wide enough for a single car. The sun was still high when I drove off the main highway onto the gravel road, the truck bouncing over potholes and loose stones. Trees grew tall and thick on either side of the road, a mix of pine, fir, and aspen. Birds chirped and squirrels darted through the underbrush. The air smelled like pine resin and damp earth, the kind of smell that makes you feel like you've stepped into another world, far away from concrete and traffic. After about 20 minutes, the gravel ended and the dirt road narrowed. I slowed down to avoid kicking up too much dust. My heart began to race a little when I saw the first signs of the cabin. A faded wooden sign nailed to a tree reading Miller's Cabin. The cabin itself was small and square, built from rough-hewn logs stacked tight. The roof sagged slightly under years of snow and rain, and the windows were dirty, some cracked. A stone chimney rose on one side, stained black at the top. There was a porch with a wooden rocking chair that creaked softly in the breeze. The door hung on rusted hinges. I parked the truck in a clearing nearby, grabbed my pack, and walked over to the cabin. The grass was tall, almost waist-high, and wildflowers dotted the clearing. The woods pressed in all around, dark and silent except for the occasional call of a crow or the rustling of leaves. The air was cooler here, and a faint breeze stirred the pines, sending a faint whisper through the needles. I pushed the door open, and it groaned on its hinges. The inside smelled of must and old wood. Dust coated the furniture, and cobwebs stretched across the corners. There was a small kitchen area with a wood stove, a table with a few chairs, and a rickety bed frame against one wall. The floorboards creaked underfoot. I set my things down and opened my backpack. I had brought canned beans, dried meat, a few granola bars, a portable water filter, matches, a flashlight, and a heavy-duty knife. I also had a small first aid kit and a book to pass the time. I checked the wood stove. It was cold and empty. I went outside to gather some firewood. The woods were dense, but I found some dry sticks and branches under the shelter of a fallen tree. As I worked to start a fire in the stove, the sun dipped lower behind the trees, casting long shadows across the cabin floor. Soon, the room was bathed in a warm orange glow from the firelight. I sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, and listened to the woods. The sound of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the distant bark of a coyote, felt peaceful but also strangely empty. That first night, I slept fitfully. The old mattress was lumpy, and the wind rattled the windows. At one point, I woke to a strange noise, a soft tapping on the window, like fingernails scratching glass. I froze. For a long minute, I sat still, ears straining. The tapping stopped. I didn't see anything outside when I glanced through the dirty glass. Probably a branch, I told myself. The next morning, I decided to explore the area a little. I walked around the clearing, examining the trees and the underbrush. The forest was thick, and the ground was soft with moss and fallen needles. I noticed footprints around the cabin, human footprints, but they looked fresh. I scanned the woods carefully. There was no one in sight. The prints led toward a narrow trail that disappeared into the trees. Curious, I followed it for a few hundred yards until it ended at a small stream. The water was cold and clear. I filled my bottle, taking a long drink. Something about the footprints unnerved me, but I tried to ignore it. Maybe someone had come here recently, maybe a hunter or another visitor. That afternoon, I worked on cleaning the cabin a bit, sweeping dust off the floor and wiping down the windows. I noticed the wood had begun to rot in some places, and the roof looked like it might leak if it rained. I figured I'd be fine for a week. As evening fell, the forest grew darker and colder. I built another fire in the stove, set a pot of water to boil, and prepared my simple meal. I sat near the fire, the warmth soothing my tired muscles. Outside, the wind began to pick up, rattling the cabin walls. I could hear the branches scraping against the roof, the faint creak of the trees swaying. I felt a sudden chill, the kind that comes from knowing you are utterly alone in the world. Sleep came again, but this time it was deeper, until I woke suddenly at midnight. The cabin was silent except for the crackling fire. I heard something outside, footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching on the gravel near the door. My heart pounded. I reached for my knife. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath. After what felt like an eternity, I crept to the window and peered outside. The clearing was empty. No sign of anyone or anything. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer or a raccoon, but the footsteps had been too heavy. I locked the door and sat back near the fire, eyes wide, waiting for dawn. The next day, I found more footprints. They were closer now, circling the cabin, sometimes stopping right at the edge of the clearing. I gathered my things, thinking maybe I should leave, but the road was muddy from last night's rain, and the truck might get stuck. I decided to stay but be ready. As the sun went down, I boarded up the windows with old planks I found in the shed, hoping to keep whatever was out there away. Night came, and with it, the sounds grew louder. Scratches on the wood, footsteps pacing back and forth outside, the howl of a distant animal. Sleep was impossible. By the third night, I was exhausted and paranoid. I barely ate, constantly listening for any sign of movement. At one point, I saw a figure outside, just beyond the tree line. A man tall, wearing dark clothes and a hat pulled low over his face. I froze. He didn't move, just watched. Then he disappeared into the woods. I realized I was not alone in the forest. The following day, I debated calling for help, but I had no signal, no way to reach anyone. I thought about hiking back to the main road, but the woods were dense. and I didn't want to get lost. So I waited. The man came again that night, closer this time. I could hear him walking around the cabin, circling, studying. He never knocked or called out, just watched. Days passed. I grew desperate. I started leaving signs, an arrow on a tree pointing to the cabin, hoping a hunter or a ranger would see. One afternoon, I ventured out to the road to try to find help. The forest seemed endless. I was tired, hungry, and scared. Suddenly, I heard a truck engine, a real one. I ran toward the sound and found a forestry worker driving a small pickup. I flagged him down. He listened to my story, nodded grimly, and promised to bring help. Later that day, a small search party arrived. They found the man, a fugitive hiding out in the woods, living off the land, watching the cabin for weeks. He was arrested without incident. The cabin was cleaned and secured. I left the forest with a new respect for the wilderness and the strange things that happen when you are truly alone. The weeks that followed, I tried to forget the fear, but the image of that dark figure lingered in my mind. I never returned to the cabin. It was late October of 2019, just as the fall chill was starting to settle deep into the air. I had been driving for hours, the road winding through the backwoods of northern Vermont, a place I'd only been to a few times before. My destination was nowhere special, just a small town called Pine Hollow, and more specifically, the dirt road leading to my ex-husband's cabin. I hadn't planned to go there. In fact, I hadn't been back this way since we split up almost 3 years ago. But life has a way of bringing you places you try to avoid. And this time, it was a mixture of curiosity and unresolved feelings pushing me forward. The sun had set a good hour ago, and the moon was still hiding behind thick clouds, leaving only a dull gray haze over the landscape. The road was narrow, covered with fallen leaves, and mostly forgotten by the locals. I could feel the tires crunch over twigs and stones. Around me, the trees stood tall and dense, mostly pine and birch, their trunks sharp and black against the sky. The air smelled like damp earth and old wood, with a hint of smoke from distant chimneys. I wasn't sure why I wanted to pass by the cabin at all. Maybe to prove something to myself. Maybe to see if the place still held any of the memories we once shared. Maybe I just wanted to see if it was still there, untouched, abandoned. The town had changed since I last saw it, and I wondered if the cabin had too. As the road stretched ahead, the darkness deepened. My headlights barely reached past a few dozen feet. I slowed the car and took a deep breath. The cabin was supposed to be at the end of this narrow dirt lane, a small wooden structure built decades ago by his grandfather. A simple place with a porch, 2 rooms, and a stone fireplace. Nothing fancy, but it had that quiet, rustic charm people in Pine Hollow loved. The closer I got, the more familiar things felt, and with that familiarity came a knot in my stomach. Memories weren't just stored in the walls. They were alive in the air, heavy and tense. When I finally spotted the cabin, it looked smaller in the dark, like a black shadow blending into the trees. The windows reflected the weak light from my car, dark and empty. The porch light was off. It had been a long time since anyone had stayed here. The front door was shut tight, its paint chipped and faded. I stepped out of the car, feeling the cold seep through my jacket. The silence around me was thick, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes your own heartbeat sound loud. The woods seemed to hold their breath. I walked closer, crunching on the dead leaves and twigs under my boots. The porch steps creaked under my weight, and I placed a hand on the rough wooden railing, feeling the coldness and age of the timber. The smell of damp wood and moss filled the air. I noticed the remnants of a dead vine climbing the side of the cabin, brittle and lifeless. I circled the cabin, taking in every detail: the warped wooden siding, the broken shutters hanging loosely on their hinges, the rusted metal roof that had seen better days. I looked toward the back where a small fire pit sat cold and unused, stones arranged carefully in a circle. I remembered the times we had spent here, nights filled with laughter, quiet talks by the fire, the smell of roasted marshmallows mixing with pine smoke. All gone now. The air started to feel colder. I hugged myself tighter and turned back to the front. That's when I noticed the footprints in the soft dirt near the porch, fresh, as if someone had just been there. My heart skipped. It didn't make sense. Who would come here in the middle of nowhere this late at night? The cabin had been left empty since he moved away. I took a step back, eyes scanning the dark tree line beyond the cabin. The forest was still, but something felt off. The shadows seemed thicker, deeper. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I decided I wouldn't stay long, just enough to satisfy this strange pull inside me. But as I turned toward my car, a sound caught my attention. A low snap of a branch breaking far in the woods. I froze. No wind, no animals nearby, just that sharp crack. I waited, heart pounding. Then again, another snap, closer this time. I swallowed hard and hurried to the car. As I reached the door, I glanced back once more. The windows were empty, the darkness hiding everything. But something flickered just inside one of the windows, maybe a shadow, maybe a trick of the light. I shut the door quickly and locked it. The engine roared to life, breaking the silence. I glanced at the rearview mirror and saw nothing but darkness behind me. I started the car down the dirt road, trying to calm the shaking in my hands. The footprints, the noises, they didn't add up. Who was here? Was it someone dangerous? Or just a lost camper? The woods weren't supposed to be welcoming at night, but usually they were quiet. As I drove away, I passed a fork in the road. For a moment, the headlights caught a figure standing at the edge of the trees. A man, tall, motionless. I blinked, and he was gone. I didn't stop. My foot pressed hard on the accelerator. The gravel road seemed endless, twisting through the woods. The silence in the car was loud, filled with my own quick breaths. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over and looked back toward the dirt lane. The cabin was nowhere to be seen in the darkness. Only the dense forest and the weight of the night remained. The next day, in daylight, I found a little local diner and asked around. No one had seen anyone near the cabin recently. The place was supposed to be empty.
No campers, no terres, no estrangeiros.
I realized that the figure I saw was probably someone hiding, someone not wanting to be found. Maybe the place was a meeting spot for people with secrets. Maybe the footprints were from that person. Whatever it was, it didn't feel like a place for old memories anymore. It was a place that held something darker, something that wanted to stay hidden in the night. I left Pine Hollow that day with a heavy heart, knowing some things are better left alone, and some pasts are better not revisited. The cabin was no longer just a relic of a lost marriage. It was a reminder that the woods keep their own secrets, and some of them come alive when the lights go out. It was early October 1998 when I decided to spend a week alone at the cabin. The cabin wasn't mine, exactly, but it was close enough. I'd borrowed the keys from an old friend, Mike, whose family owned a small cabin tucked deep in the woods of northern Vermont. Black Pine Ridge, they called the area. Not a popular spot, but beautiful if you like silence and trees and nothing but the sound of wind through pines. I was 32 then, just burned out from city life. The noise, the constant hum of cars, people talking on phones, alarms going off. It was all too much. The idea of escaping to the woods, even for a few days, sounded perfect. Mike warned me that the cell signal was spotty and that the road was rough, but I figured I could handle it. The drive up was longer than I expected. The paved highway gave way to dirt, then gravel, then a narrow track barely wide enough for my sedan. The sun was dipping behind the trees as I finally pulled up to the clearing where the cabin stood. The air smelled like pine needles and earth, cool and sharp. The cabin was a simple wooden structure, weathered but sturdy. It had a stone chimney, a small porch with a creaky wooden swing, and windows with thick shutters. Mike said his family rarely used it except in summer, so it was dusty inside. I had brought my own food, a lantern, and a small wood stove for heat. The first night passed quietly, though the darkness felt thick. No street lights here, no neighbor's porch light, just the deep, unbroken black of the woods. I kept the porch light on until I fell asleep. The second day, I explored the woods around the cabin. The trees were tall, their branches thick with needles. The ground was soft underfoot, covered in fallen pine cones and dried leaves. I found a small creek about a quarter-mile away, a clear ribbon of cold water rushing over smooth stones. I filled my water bottle there, careful not to drink directly. That night, I slept better. The quiet was soothing, almost like a balm on my tired nerves. But there was something odd. Every time I woke, I felt like I was being watched. I told myself it was just the imagination, the kind of thing you feel when you're somewhere isolated. I was alone out here, no one else for miles. By the third day, I noticed tracks around the cabin. Not human footprints, but something else. Animal prints, maybe. The paws of a coyote or a fox, judging by the size and shape. I didn't worry much. Wildlife was normal out here. But then the noises started. At first, it was just the usual forest sounds. The wind rustling needles, birds calling, squirrels chattering in the distance. But one night, around 2 a.m., I heard something else. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from just beyond the tree-line. I froze, heart pounding. The lantern sat on the floor next to the bed. I told myself it was probably a coyote or a bear. Bears were common here. I had read about them but never met one face to face. The growl turned into a series of short snarls, and then a loud crashing as if something big was moving through the underbrush. I pulled on my boots and jacket, grabbed the old hunting rifle Mike had left behind, just in case. Outside, the night air was cold, smelling of pine and earth. The moon was hidden by clouds. I shone the flashlight toward the noise. There was nothing, only the trees standing silent and tall. I stayed outside for a few minutes, listening. Nothing, no more sounds. I went back inside and locked the door, even though the cabin door was already heavy and sturdy. The next morning, I found broken branches around the cabin, snapped at odd angles. Tracks circled the cabin, large and uneven, as if something had paced back and forth, sniffing or watching. I stayed close to the cabin for the rest of the day, chopping firewood and keeping the stove going. I didn't want to wander far. On the fourth night, the growling came again, louder this time. I could hear heavy breathing, close now, maybe just outside the porch. My heart hammered. I stayed inside, gun across my lap, listening to the sounds of whatever was out there. Then came the footsteps, slow, heavy, deliberate, walking around the cabin, circling it once, twice. I heard it pause near the window right below the glass, the sound of something sniffing the air. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the window. Two glowing eyes stared back at me, big, yellow, unblinking. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was big, larger than any wolf or coyote I'd ever seen. It stepped back, disappearing into the darkness, but the image stayed with me. I spent the rest of that night awake, sitting by the fire, listening. In the morning, I found huge paw prints pressed deep into the soft earth by the porch steps. I measured them with my hand, almost twice the size of a dog's paw. The days that followed were tense. I kept the fire burning constantly. I ate sparingly, using my flashlight only when necessary. I heard the animal almost every night now, growling and pacing. On the 6th day, I noticed something else. The supply of firewood was missing. Half the stack had been dragged away from the porch, shredded in places. That night, the animal was louder than ever. Growls, snarls, and now a kind of low, unsettling howl. The final night came with a storm. Rain hammered the roof, and the wind shook the cabin's walls. I sat close to the stove, wrapped in a blanket, rifle close by. The animal's noises were drowned out by the storm. Then I heard it, scratching at the door, sharp claws raking wood. I froze, heart in my throat. The door was locked, but I could hear heavy breathing, the scrape of claws. Suddenly, the door shook, hard. The cabin trembled as the animal pushed against it, trying to get in. I grabbed the rifle, took aim at the door. The door cracked. A huge, shadowed shape appeared, silhouetted against the lightning flashes outside. I fired. The animal yelped, stumbled back. The door held. I fired again. Then silence. The storm eased by dawn. I stepped outside, rifle raised, ready for anything. On the porch, I found the tracks, deep, huge, and splattered with blood. The animal was wounded, or worse. I knew I couldn't stay. I packed my things fast, leaving behind the food and most of my gear. The drive back was tense. Every noise made me look over my shoulder. When I finally reached the highway, cell service returned. I called Mike and told him what happened. He told me the stories his grandfather told about a large predator, something not quite normal, a bear or wolf maybe, but different, larger, more cunning. No one had seen it for years, but the legend lingered. I never went back.